Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics Part 3 Chapter 8 Advance, are not defeated by the relevant passion, whether it is pleasant or painful. And it is especially the keen and the melancholic whose lack of self-restraint is of the impetuous sort, for neither the former, on account of their swiftness, nor the latter, on account of the intensity of their passion, stick with reason, they being apt to follow imagination instead. Chapter 8 The licentious person, as was said, is not characterized by regret, for he abides by his choice. But every person lacking self-restraint is apt to feel regret. Hence the perplexity at issue is not in fact as we encountered it. 38 Rather, the licentious person is incurable, the person lacking self-restraint curable. For corruption seems to be like such diseases as dropsy and consumption, whereas lack of self-restraint is like epileptic seizures, the former defective condition being continuous, the latter not continuous. And in general, the genus to which lack of self-restraint belongs is different from that to which vice belongs, for vice escapes the notice of one who has it, whereas lack of self-restraint does not escape the notice of those lacking self-restraint. Among people lacking self-restraint, those apt to be impulsive are better than those who are in possession of an argument, logos, but do not abide by it. For these latter are defeated by a lesser passion than that which overwhelms the impulsive and are not without a prior deliberation, as are the impulsive. The person lacking self-restraint in this latter sense is similar to those who get drunk quickly and on little wine, that is, on less wine than do most people. It is manifest, then, that lack of self-restraint is not vice, but perhaps it is in a certain way lack of self-restraint is contrary to one's choice, vice in accord with one's choice. Nevertheless, they are similar, at least when it comes to actions, just as in Demodocus's saying about the Milesians, Milesians are not stupid, but they do the things stupid people do. 41, and those lacking self-restraint are not unjust, though they will commit injustices. The person lacking self-restraint is such as to pursue the bodily pleasures that are excessive and contrary to correct reason, without his having been persuaded to do so, whereas the licentious person has been so persuaded, on account of his being the sort of person to pursue them. Given this, it is the person lacking self-restraint who can easily be persuaded otherwise, the licentious not. For virtue preserves and corruption destroys the principle, and in actions, that for the sake of which one acts is the principle, just as the given hypotheses are in mathematics. So in neither case is reason, or argument, such as to teach the principles, but virtue either natural or habitual is apt to teach one to hold the correct opinion about the principle in question. Such a person, then, is moderate, is contrary, licentious. There is also a sort of person who is apt, on account of his passion, to depart from correct reason, a person whom passion overpowers, such that he does not act in accord with correct reason. Yet the passion in question does not overpower him so that he becomes the sort of person to be persuaded that he ought to pursue pleasures of this kind without restraint. This is the person lacking self-restraint, who is better than the licentious and is not unqualifiedly base. What is best in him, the principle, is preserved. Another sort is his contrary, that is, the self-restrained person, who is apt to abide by and not depart from correct reason, at least not on account of passion. So it is manifest from these considerations that the one characteristic is serious, the other base. Chapter 9 is, then, a self-restrained person someone who abides by any argument whatever and any choice whatever, or does he abide by only the correct choice? And is a person lacking self-restraint someone who fails to abide by any choice whatever and any argument whatever, or does he fail to abide by the argument that is not false and by the choice that is correct, as in the perplexing question encountered before, 44, or is it only incidentally that the argument and choice involved are of this or that sort? But it is the true argument and the correct choice in themselves that meant of the English word orthodoxy. (153) The self-restrained abides by and the other does not abide by. For if someone chooses or pursues this given thing on account of that given thing, he pursues and chooses this latter in itself, the former only incidentally. And by in itself, we mean unqualifiedly. As a result, in one sense the self-restrained person abides by any opinion whatever, while the person lacking self-restraint departs from it, but in an unqualified sense, it is the true opinion that the one abides by and the other departs from. There are also some who are inclined to abide by their opinion, whom people call obstinate. Such people are hard to persuade and, once persuaded, not easily changed. They have a certain similarity to the self-restrained person, just as the prodigal has to the liberal and the reckless to the confident, but they are different in many respects. For the one, the self-restrained person, does not change on account of passion and desire, but it may sometimes happen that he will be readily persuadable, by reason, whereas the obstinate are not persuadable, when they take hold of given desires, and in fact many of them are led by pleasures. Obstinate types are the opinionated, the ignorant, and the boorish, the opinionated being such on account of the pleasure and pain at stake. They delight in the victory they gain, if their persuasion undergoes no change, and they are pained if their own opinions become null and void, like decrees. As a result, they resemble more the person lacking self-restraint than they do the self-restrained. There are also some who do not abide by their opinions, but not on account of a lack of self-restraint, for example, Neoptolemus in Sophocles as Philoctetes. It was, however, on account of pleasure that he did not abide by his opinion, albeit a noble pleasure. Telling the truth was noble in his eyes, but he was persuaded by Odysseus to lie. For not everyone who does something on account of pleasure is licentious or base or lacking self-restraint. Rather, he who does something on account of a shameful pleasure is such. But since there is also a sort of person who enjoys the bodily pleasures less than one ought and who does not abide by reason, the self-restrained person is in the middle between this person and the one lacking self-restraint, The person lacking self-restraint does not abide by reason because he enjoys something more than he ought, this person because he enjoys something less than he ought, while the self-restrained person abides by reason and does not change on either account. If in fact self-restraint is something serious, both of these contrary characteristics ought to be base, just as they in fact appear to be. But because the characteristic that leads one to enjoy pleasure less than one ought appears in few people and on few occasions, then just as moderation is held to be the sole contrary of licentiousness, so too self-restraint is held to be the sole contrary of the lack of self-restraint. Since many things are spoken of by way of a certain similarity they may share, it has followed that we speak of the self-restraint of the moderate person by way of a certain similarity they share. The self-restrained person is such as to do nothing, on account of the bodily pleasures, that is contrary to reason, and so too is the moderate person. But the one person has, and the other does not have, base desires, and the one is such as not to feel pleasure contrary to reason, the other such as to feel the pleasure but not to be led by it. Those lacking self-restraint and the licentious are similar as well, though they are in fact different. Both pursue the bodily pleasures, but the one does so while supposing he ought to, the other while supposing he ought not to. Chapter 10. The same person does not admit of being at the same time both prudent and lacking self-restraint, for it was shown that, as regards his character, a prudent person is at the same time serious as well. Further, a person is prudent not only by dint of what he knows, but also because he is skilled in action. But the person lacking self-restraint is not skilled in action. Yet nothing prevents the clever person from lacking self-restraint. Hence there are times when some people are even held to be prudent and lacking self-restraint, because cleverness differs from prudence in the manner stated in the first arguments, and although they are close to each other, in reference to their respective definitions, they do differ when it comes to the choice each makes. And so the person lacking self-restraint does not resemble someone who knows and contemplates something, but resembles rather someone who is asleep or drunk. Although he acts voluntarily, for in a certain manner he knows both what he is doing and for the sake of what he does it, he is not wicked, his choice is decent, such that he is only half wicked. He is also not unjust, for he is not a plotter. One sort of person lacking self-restraint is not apt to abide by the results of his deliberation, whereas another, melancholic sort is not even apt. Book 7, Chapter 11, 155 to deliberate at all. So the person lacking self-restraint is like a city that votes for all that it ought to vote for and has serious laws, yet it makes use of none of them, just as Anaxandrides joked, the city wished to, the one that cares for none of its laws. But the wicked person is like a city that makes use of the laws, though the laws it uses are wicked. Lack of self-restraint and self-restraint are concerned with what goes beyond the characteristic typical of the many, for the self-restrained person abides by his deliberations more, the person lacking self-restraint less, than is within the capacity of most people. And among those who lack self-restraint, that of the melancholic type is more readily curable than is the lack of self-restraint of those who deliberate but do not abide by their deliberations, and those lacking self-restraint as a result of habituation are more curable than those who are such by nature. For a habit is easier to change than nature. It is for this reason that habit too is difficult to change, because it seems like nature, just as Evenus says as well. I assert that it is a practice of long duration, friend, and so in the end this is nature for human beings. What is self-restraint, then, and what lack of self-restraint, what steadfastness and what softness, and how these characteristics relate to one another has been stated. Chapter 11, contemplating what concerns pleasure and pain, belongs to him who philosophizes about the political art. For he is the architect of the end with a view to which we speak of each thing as being bad or good in an unqualified sense. Further, it is also necessary to examine what concerns them, for we posited both moral virtue and vice as being concerned with pains. Anaxandrides, originally from Rhodes but a resident of Athens, was a 4th-century comic poet, of whose works only 41 titles and some 80 citations survive. And pleasures, and most people assert that happiness is accompanied by pleasure. Hence they have even derived the name of the blessed person from the feeling of enjoyment. 50. By some people, then, no pleasure is held to be good, either in itself or incidentally, for the good and pleasure are held not to be the same thing. But by certain others, some pleasures are held to be good, though they hold the majority of them to be base. And further, the third view, even if all pleasures are good, nonetheless pleasure does not admit of being the best thing. In general, then, pleasure is not good, because every pleasure is a perceptible process of coming into its nature, but no coming into being belongs to the same class as the ends we pursue. For example, no house building belongs to the same class as a house. And further, the moderate person avoids pleasures. Further, the prudent person pursues what is painless, not the pleasant. Further, pleasures are an impediment to prudent thinking, and the more delight they supply, the more an impediment they are. For example, sexual pleasure. Nobody would be able to think about anything while in its grip. Further, there is no art of pleasure, though everything good is the work of an art. Further, children and brute animals pursue pleasures. As for pleasures not all being of serious worth, that is because there are pleasures that are both shameful and subject to reproach, and because there are harmful ones, some pleasures having the character of diseases. As for pleasures not being the best thing, that is because it is not an end but a process of coming into being. These, then, pretty much the things said. Chapter 12 2. But that it does not turn out that, on account of these things, pleasure is not good, or even not the best thing, is clear from the following points. First, since the good is twofold, there is the good unqualifiedly and the good for some particular person, it will follow that both natures and characteristics are good in a twofold sense. The result of this is that motions, or changes, and processes of coming into being will be good in a twofold sense as well. Some of the base motions and processes seem to be the rather fanciful etymology Aristotle here reports is untranslatable. The term blessed, makarios, supposedly derives from the verb meaning to feel enjoyment, or to delight in something, apoteuchein. 157 base unqualifiedly, whereas for a particular person, they are not such but are even choice-worthy for him, while some are not choice-worthy for him but are such only on a given occasion and for a short time, though not unqualifiedly. Some of these are not even pleasures, but merely appear to heal those that are accompanied by pain and for the sake of medical treatment, like those the sickly undergo, for example. Further, since one part of the good is an activity, another a characteristic, whatever restores us to our natural characteristic is pleasant only incidentally. But there is an activity, involving the desires, of our characteristic and our nature when these remain unimpaired, since there are also pleasures unaccompanied by pain and desire, for example, the activity bound up with contemplation when one's nature is not diffident. A sign of this is that people do not enjoy the same pleasure when their nature is undergoing restoration, or replenishment, and when it has been restored. Rather, the restored nature enjoys the unqualified pleasures, but the nature that is undergoing restoration enjoys even the contrary pleasures, for people then enjoy both sharp and bitter things, none of which are pleasant by nature or pleasant unqualifiedly. Neither, as a result, are the pleasures involved, for as the various pleasant things stand in relation to one another, so do the pleasures arising from them. Further, it is not necessary for there to be something else that is better than pleasure, in the way that some assert that the end is better than the process of coming into being. For pleasures are not processes of coming into being, nor are all pleasures even accompanied by a coming into being, rather, they are activities and an end, and they do not occur when there is a coming into being but when our capacities are put to use. And not all pleasures have something else as an end, but only the pleasures belonging to those who are being led toward the completion of their nature. Hence also it is not a noble thing to assert that pleasure is a perceptible process of coming into being. One ought rather to say that it is an activity of the characteristic that accords with nature, and instead of perceptible, one ought to say unimpeded. But pleasure is held by some to be a process of coming into being, because it is good in an authoritative sense. For they suppose that activity is a process of coming into being, but in fact it is something else. T.S. But saying that pleasures are bad because some pleasant things cause diseases is the same thing as saying that some healthful things are bad because they are bad when it comes to money making. In this respect, then, both pleasant and healthful things are bad, but that, at least, does not make them bad in themselves, since even contemplating may at some point harm one's health. And neither prudence nor any characteristic is impeded by the pleasure arising from either. Rather, the pleasures foreign to them are impediments, since those pleasures arising from contemplating and learning will only make us contemplate and learn more. But that no pleasure is the work of an art happens reasonably, for there is no art of any other activity either, only of a capacity, although both the art of perfume making and the art of fine cookery are held to be arts of pleasure. But that the moderate person avoids pleasure, that the prudent person pursues a life without pain, and that children and brute animals pursue pleasure, all these perplexities are resolved by the same consideration. For since it was said in what sense pleasures are good unqualifiedly, and in what sense not all are good, both brute animals and children pursue the sorts of pleasures that are accompanied by desire and pain, that is, the bodily pleasures, for these pleasures are such, and the excesses of these pleasures. The prudent person seeks out freedom from the pain associated with these same pleasures, pleasures in reference to which the licentious person is licentious. Hence the moderate person avoids these pleasures, since there are pleasures belonging to a moderate person as well. Chapter 13. Now, that pain is indeed bad is agreed to. 3. So too that it is something to be avoided. One kind of pain is bad unqualifiedly, another is bad by dint of its being in some way an impediment. And the contrary of something to be avoided, insofar as it is to be avoided and bad, is good. It is necessary, then, that pleasure be something good. For as Speusippus attempted to resolve the perplexity that pleasure is just like the greater in its opposite 52 times or, base, phaulos, rather than karkos, here and in what follows. Consider IIA and following. 159 Tyon to both the lesser and the equal, no resolution actually follows, for he would not assert that pleasure is in itself something bad. And nothing prevents a certain pleasure from being the best thing, even if some pleasures are bad. 5. Just as there is nothing to prevent a certain science from being the best thing, though some sciences may be bad. If in fact there are unimpeded activities of each characteristic, whether happiness is constituted by the activity, provided it is unimpeded, of all these characteristics or by the unimpeded activity of a certain one of them, perhaps it is even necessary that this activity be most choice-worthy. But this is pleasure. As a result, a certain pleasure would be the best thing, even though many pleasures may be, as it happens, unqualifiedly base. For this reason, all people suppose the happy life to be pleasant, and they weave pleasure into happiness reasonably so. For no activity is complete when it is impeded, but happiness is among the things that are complete. Hence the happy person needs in addition the goods residing in the body as well as external goods and chance, so that he not be impeded in these respects. And those people who claim that somebody being tortured on the wheel or meeting with great misfortune is happy if he is good make no sense, either voluntarily or involuntarily. It is because one needs chance in addition that good fortune is held by some to be the same thing as happiness, though it is not, since even good fortune, when in excess, acts as an impediment, and perhaps it is not just to call this good fortune any longer, for its definition is relative to happiness. and that all things, both brute animals and human beings, pursue pleasure is a sort of sign that it is somehow the best thing. There is no talk that dies down entirely, which many peoples. But since neither the same nature nor the same characteristic is or is held to be the best, for all do not pursue the same pleasure, though all do pursue pleasure. Yet perhaps they pursue not the pleasure they suppose or would assert they pursue, but in fact the same pleasure, for all things by nature possess something divine. But the bodily pleasures have appropriated as theirs alone the name, pleasure, because, most often, people all tease. 160:35 steer toward them and all share in them. Because these pleasures alone are known to them, then, people suppose that only these pleasures exist. But it is manifest also that if pleasure and activity are not good, the happy person will not live pleasantly. For the sake of what would he need pleasure, if in fact it is not good? Rather, it is possible for him even to live his life in pain, for pain would be neither bad nor good, if in fact pleasure were not either. As a result, on what account would he avoid pain? And so the life of the serious person would be no more pleasant than anyone else's either, if his activities were not more pleasant as well. Chapter 14. But what concerns the bodily pleasures must be examined by those who say that some pleasures, at least, are highly choice-worthy, for example, the noble ones, but that the bodily pleasures are not, that is, those pleasures with which the licentious person is concerned. But why is it, then, that the pains contrary to the bodily pleasures are bad, or corruptions? For good is contrary to bad. Or are the necessary pleasures good only in the way that what is not bad is good? Or are they good only up to a certain point? For in the case of all those characteristics and motions that do not admit of an excess of what is good, there would not be an excess of pleasure either, but for all those characteristics and motions that do admit of such an excess, there would be an excess also of pleasure. Now, there is an excess of bodily goods, and a person is base because he pursues that excess, but not because he pursues the necessary pleasures, for all in some way enjoy refined foods, wines, and sex, but not all do so as they ought. But the contrary holds in the case of pain. One does not avoid just excessive pain, but rather pain in general, for pain is not the contrary of excessive pleasure, except for someone who pursues that excess. Now, one ought to state not only the truth but also the cause of the falsehood, for this contributes to the truths one has. For whenever a reasonable explanation comes to sight as to why a thing appears to be but is not true, this makes for greater trust in the truth. One must, as a result, say why it is that the bodily pleasures appear more choice-worthy than other pleasures. First, then, they expel pain. Because of excessive pain, people seek out excessive pleasure, and bodily pleasure in general, as though it were a cure. And such cures become intense the reason people do in 161 fact pursue them, because they come to sight in contrast with their opposite. Pleasure is also held not to be of serious worth for these two reasons. As has been said, some pleasures are actions belonging to a base nature, either base from birth, as in the case of a brute animal, or through habit, as in the example of the pleasures of base human beings, and some pleasures act as cures for a deficient nature, and it is better to be complete, rather than to be in the process of becoming so. These pleasures, because they arise only for those still in the process of becoming complete, are of serious worth only incidentally. Further, bodily pleasures are pursued on account of their intensity by those who are incapable of enjoying other pleasures. At any rate, people foster in themselves certain thirsts, and when these are harmless, this is not reproachable, but when they are harmful, it is base. For such people do not have other things from which they derive enjoyment, and that which is neither painful nor pleasant is painful to many, given their nature. For a living animal is always toiling, just as those who study nature also bear witness, as they assert, seeing and hearing are painful, though by now we are accustomed to them. And similarly, during youth, because of the process of growth that then occurs, people are in a condition like that of those who are drunk, and youth is as a result pleasant. But those who are melancholy 59 in nature, on the other hand, are always in need of a cure, for their body is continually being stung because of the blending of the humors within it, and they are always in the grip of an intense longing. And pleasure drives out pain, both the pleasure contrary to the relevant pain and any chance pleasure, provided it is intense. It is for these reasons too that people become licentious and base. But the pleasures unaccompanied by pains do not have an excess, and these fall among the things pleasant by nature and not incidentally. I mean by things pleasant incidentally, those that serve as cures, because it happens that people are cured when that which remains healthy in them acts. These cures seem to be pleasant. But things pleasant by nature are those that prompt an action belonging to a healthy nature. Yet the same thing is not always pleasant on account of our natures not being simple. Rather, something else is present in us as well, hence we are subject to destruction. 60 Such that when the one part acts, this is contrary Aspasius. The reading of the MSS, Thata, would give, but something else is present in us as well, hence, or, insofar as, these things are subject to destruction to nature with respect to the other nature, and when both are equally balanced, the action performed seems to be neither painful nor pleasant. For if someone's nature were simple, the same actions would always be most pleasant. Hence the God always enjoys a pleasure that is one and simple, for there is an activity not only of motion but also of motionlessness, and pleasure resides more in rest than in motion. But change in all things is sweet, as the poet has it, on account of a certain defective condition. For just as the defective person is a human being who readily undergoes change, so also the nature in need of change is defective, for it is neither simple nor decent. What concerns self-restraint and lack of self-restraint, then, and what concerns pleasure and pain, has been stated, both what each is and how it is that some of them are good, others bad. But in what remains, we will speak also about friendship. Books Chapter 1. It would follow, AFI, these matters, to go through what concerns friendship. For friendship is a certain virtue or is accompanied by virtue, and, further, it is most necessary with a view to life. Without friends, no one would choose to live, even if he possessed all other goods, and indeed those who are wealthy or have acquired political offices and power seem to be in need of friends most of all. What benefit would there be in such prosperity if one were deprived of the opportunity to perform a good deed, which arises and is most praiseworthy in relation to friends especially? Or how could one's prosperity be guarded and preserved without friends? For the more prosperity one has, the more precarious it is. In poverty as well as in other misfortunes, people suppose that friends are their only refuge. And friendship is a help to the young, in saving them from error, just as it is also to the old, with a view to the care they require and their diminished capacity for action stemming from their weakness. It is a help also to those in their prime in performing noble actions, for, two going together, two are better able both to think and to act. By nature, friendship seems to be inherent in a parent for offspring and in offspring for a parent, not only in human beings but also in birds and most animals. It is inherent too in those that are alike in kind to one another, and especially in human beings, which is why we praise people who as Book 8, Chapter 1 are lovers of humankind. 5. One might see in one's travels too that every human being is kindred to every other human being and a friend to him. It seems too that friendship holds cities together and that lawgivers are more serious about it than about justice. For like-mindedness seems to resemble friendship, and lawgivers aim at this especially and drive out discord because it especially produces hatred. When people are friends, they have no need of justice, but when they are just, they do need friendship in addition, and in the realm of the just things, the most just seems to be what involves friendship. Yet friendship is not only necessary but also noble, for we praise those who love their friends, and an abundance of friends is held to be a noble thing. Further, people suppose good men and their friends to be one and the same. But not a few things about friendship are in dispute. For some set it down as a certain likeness and friends as those who are alike, which is why they assert that like is to like, jackdaw to jackdaw, 9 and such things. Others, to the contrary, assert that all such persons are potters to one another. And concerning these very points, people seek out something higher and pertaining more to nature, Euripides claiming that the parched earth loves the rain, and that the august heaven, when full of rain, loves to fall to earth. 11. Heraclitus that opposition is advantageous. 12. That the noblest harmony comes from things that differ, and all things come into being in accord with strife. Contrary to philanthropoi, from which is derived our philanthropic. loved, dear, or by a noun, a friend. These are still others, including empedocles, who claim that like aims at like. Now, let us leave aside those perplexing questions bound up with matters of nature, for they are not proper to the present examination, and let us examine instead those that are bound up with what is distinctively human and that involve characters and passions. For example, whether friendship arises in all people or whether it is impossible for the wicked to be friends, and whether there is one form of friendship or more. Those who suppose that there is only one form, because it admits of degrees, the more and the less, have trusted in an insufficient indication, for things different in form also admit of more and less. But what pertains to them was spoken of before. Chapter TWO. Perhaps what concerns these matters would become apparent if what is lovable should become known. For not everything seems to be loved but only what is lovable, and this seems to be what is good, pleasant, or useful. But what is useful would seem to be that through which something good or pleasant arises, with the result that what is good as well as what is pleasant would be lovable as ends. Is it the good, then, that people love, or is it the good for themselves? For sometimes these conflict, as is the case also with the pleasant. For it seems that each person loves what is good for himself, and that, while in an unqualified sense the good is what is lovable to each is what is good for each. Yet each in fact loves not what is good for him but what appears so. Yet this will make no difference at all, since it will be what appears lovable, that each will in fact regard as good and so love. While there are three things on account of which people love, friend times empedocles of Agrigentum, ca. 494 to 434, attempts the reconciliation of Eleatic and Heraclitean thought. According to Diogenes Laertius, the sophist Gorgias was a student of Empedocles. This saying is preserved also by Athenaeus and Stobaeus. Book 8, Chapter 3. Ship is not spoken of when it comes to loving inanimate objects, since in that case there is no reciprocated love or wish for the good of the inanimate thing. It is perhaps laughable to wish for good things for the wine, but, if anything, one wishes that it be preserved so that one may have it. But people assert that a friend ought to wish for good things for his friend for that friend's sake. Yet, people speak of those who do wish for the good things in this way as having goodwill, if the other person involved does not return that same wish, for they say that goodwill in those who reciprocate it is friendship. Or perhaps we must set down in addition, goodwill that does not go unnoticed, for many people have goodwill toward those they have not seen but whom they assume to be decent or useful, and one of the latter might feel this same thing toward the former. These people, then, appear to have goodwill toward each other, but how could one say that they are friends when they are unaware that they each have this feeling for the other? Friends must, therefore, have goodwill toward each other and not go unnoticed in their wishing for the good things for the other, on account of some one of the lovable things mentioned. Chapter 3. These things differ in form from one another, so, therefore, do both the kinds of friendly love and the friendships that result. The forms of friendship, then, 3, equal in number to the things that are lovable. In accord with each is a reciprocal love that does not go unnoticed, and those who love each other wish for the good things for each other in that respect in which they love each other. Those who love each other on account of utility, then, do not love each other in themselves, but only insofar as they come to have something good from the other. Similar too is the case of those who love on account of pleasure, for people are fond of all those who are witty, not because they are of a certain sort, but because they are pleasant to them. Therefore, those who love on account of utility feel affection for the sake of their own good, just as those who love on account of pleasure feel affection for Book 8, Chapter 3, 167 the sake of their own pleasure. He who is loved in each case is not loved for himself but only insofar as he is useful or pleasant. And these, then, are friendships incidentally, for it is not for being what he is that the person loved is loved, but only insofar as he provides, in the one case, something good or, in the other, pleasure. These sorts of friendships, then, are easily dissolved when the people involved do not remain the same as they were. For if they are no longer pleasant or useful, those who love them will cease to do so. And what is useful does not remain constant but is different at different times. When that on the basis of which they were friends is nullified, then so too the friendship is dissolved, since the friendship exists with a view to the thing in question. This sort of friendship seems to arise especially among the old, for those of such an age pursue not what is pleasant but what is beneficial to them, as well as among all those in their prime, or the young, who pursue what is advantageous. And such people do not frequently live with each other either, for sometimes they are not even pleasant to each other. They therefore have no additional need of this sort of association if they supply no benefit to the other, for they are pleasant to each other only insofar as they foster hopes of obtaining something good from the other. It is also among these sorts or friendships that people place the kind connected with foreigners. But the friendship of the young seems to be based on pleasure, for they live according to passion and most of all pursue what is pleasant to them and at hand. But since this time of life is prone to undergoing change, the pleasures too come to be different. Hence the young swiftly become friends and cease being so. The friendship changes together with what they find pleasant, and change in this sort of pleasure is swift. The young are given to erotic love as well. For the greater part of erotic love is bound up with passion and is based on pleasure, which is why they love and swiftly cease loving, often changing in the course of the same day. But the young do wish to pass their days together and live together, for in this way they attain what friendship for them involves. Relationship in ancient Greece, which carried obligations of hospitality and the protection of Zeus. It also had a political dimension, in the hosting of and giving gifts to foreign guests or ambassadors. But complete friendship is the friendship of those who are good and alike in point of virtue. For such people wish in similar fashion for the good things for each other insofar as they are good, and they are good in themselves. But those who wish for the good things for their friends' sake, friends most of all, since they are disposed in this way in themselves and not incidentally. Their friendship continues, then, while they are good, and virtue is a stable thing. Each person involved is good simply and for the friend, since good people are good simply and beneficial to one another. So too are they pleasant, for the good are both pleasant simply and pleasant to one another. To each person, his own actions and those like them accord with his pleasure, and the actions of those who are good are the same or similar. It is with good reason that this sort of friendship is stable, since it combines in itself all those things that ought to belong to friends. For every friendship exists on account of a good or pleasure, either simply or for the person who loves, and in accord with the likeness involved. And in this complete friendship, all that has been spoken of is present in the friends themselves, since in this respect the friends are alike and the remaining reasons for forming friendship are present as well, both the good simply and the pleasant simply, and these things are lovable most of all. So it is among these people that both loving and friendship are especially prevalent and best. Yet friendships of this sort are likely to be rare, since people of this sort are few. Further, there is also need of the passage of time and the habits formed by living together. 24 For as the adage has it, it is not possible for people to know each other until they have eaten together. The or perfect telia clause. Does the likeness refer to the likeness of the friends, or does it indicate that friendships based on a good or pleasure relative to the one who loves are friendships only in their likeness to complete friendship? Book 8, Chapter 4 Proverbial Salt. Nor is it possible, before this occurs, for them to accept each other and to be friends until each appears to each as lovable and is trusted. Those who swiftly make proofs of friendship to each other wish to be friends but are not such unless they are also lovable and know this about each other. For a wish for friendship arises swiftly, but friendship itself does not. Chapter 4 This friendship, then, is complete, in regard to both time and the remaining considerations, namely, the good and pleasure, and in every respect each friend comes to possess from the other the same or similar things, which is just what ought to be the case with friends. Friendship based on what is pleasant bears a resemblance to this one, for in fact the good are pleasant to one another as well. Similar too is the case of friendship based on utility, for the good are also useful to one another. But among those who seek pleasure or utility, friendships endure especially whenever each attains the same thing from the other, for example, pleasure, and not only this but whenever it comes from the same type, as in, for example, those who are witty, and not as in the case of lover and beloved. For lover and beloved are not pleased by the same things, rather, the lover is pleased by seeing the beloved by being attended to by his lover. And sometimes when the bloom of youth fades, so too the friendship fades, since for the lover, the sight of the other is not pleasant, and for the beloved, the attention of the lover is no more. Many in turn do remain friends, however, whenever, as a result of their living together, they feel affection for their characters, if they are of the same character. But in the case of lovers whose mutual exchange is not for pleasure but utility, they are and remain friends to a lesser degree. And those who are friends on account of utility dissolve the friendship at the same time as the advantage ceases, for they were friends not to each other but to the profit involved. In the case of pleasure and utility, then, it is possible even for the base to be friends with one another and for the decent to be friends with the base, as well as for those who are neither base nor decent, to be friends with any sort whatever. Yet it is clear that only the good can be friends on account of who they themselves are. For those who are bad do not delight. The terms for lover and beloved here are based on eros, erastes and eromenos. 170 I Book 8, Chapter 5 in one another, unless some benefit should accrue to them. Moreover, only the friendship of the good is secure against slander, for it is not easy to trust anyone when it comes to slander about someone who has been tested by oneself over a long time, and in the case of these people, one finds such statements as, "I trust him, he would never commit injustice," and all those other things deemed worthy of true friendship. In the case of the other sorts of friendships, there is nothing to prevent such bad things from arising. Now, since human beings call friends both those who are friendly on account of the utility involved, as in the case of cities, for alliances struck by cities seem to be for the sake of what is advantageous, and those who feel affection for one another on account of pleasure, as in the case of children, perhaps we too ought to say that these sorts of people are friends, but that there is more than one form of friendship, and that the friendship of good human beings, insofar as they are good, is friendship in the primary and authoritative sense, the remaining friendships being such only by way of a resemblance. For insofar as there is some good involved and some likeness, they are friends. And in fact what is pleasant is a good for the lovers of pleasure. But these kinds of friendship do not often go together, and those who become friends on account of utility are not the same as those who do so on account of pleasure, for incidental things are not often yoked together. Given that these are the forms into which friendship has been divided, base people will be friends on account of what is pleasant or useful to them, since it is in this respect that they are alike, whereas the good will be friends on account of who they themselves are, in that they are good. The latter, then, are friends simply, whereas the former are friends incidentally and only by resembling the latter. Chapter 5 Just as in the virtues, so too in friendship, some people are spoken of as good in reference to the characteristic they possess, others as good in reference to the activity they engage in. For those who live together or, perhaps, in themselves, 27 here and in what immediately follows, commentators again disagree about the nature of the likeness. Is the likeness to one another, in the respect in which they love, or is it to complete friendship, that is, insofar as these friendships are like the friendship of the good? Book 8, Chapter 5, 171 Delight in and provide good things to one another, whereas those who are asleep or separated by location are not active, though they are so disposed as to be active as a friend. For location dissolves not friendship in the unqualified sense but rather its activity. Yet if the absence lasts a long time, it seems to make even the friendship forgotten, which is why it has been said that, indeed, many friendships the lack of contact dissolves. 28 But neither the old nor the sour types appear disposed to form friendships, for there is little that is pleasant in them, and no one is able to pass the day together with someone who causes him pain or who is not pleasant. Nature appears to avoid most of all what is painful and to aim at what is pleasant. But those who approve of one another without living together are more like those with goodwill than like friends. For nothing so much belongs to friends as living together. Those in need long to be benefited, and even the blessed long to spend their days together with others, since it belongs to them least of all to be solitary. But it is not possible to go through life with one another when people are not pleasant or do not delight in the same things, which is in fact what seems to characterize the friendship between comrades. The friendship of those who are good, then, is friendship most of all, just as has been said many times. For what is good or pleasant in an unqualified sense seems to be lovable and choice-worthy, whereas what is good or pleasant to each individual seems to be such only to that person. But a good person is lovable and choice-worthy to a good person on both accounts. Friendly affection is also like a passion, whereas friendship is like a characteristic. Friendly affection exists no less toward inanimate things, whereas people reciprocate love as a matter of choice, and choice stems from one's characteristic. People also wish for good things for those who are loved, for the sake of the loved ones themselves, not in reference to a passion but in accord with a characteristic. And in loving their friend, they love what is good for themselves, since the good person who becomes a friend becomes a good for the person to whom he is a friend. Each one, then, both loves what is good for himself and repays in equal measure what they wish for the other and what is pleasant. For it is said, the source of this saying is unknown, and this is the only known instance of the word for lack of contact, aprosagoria, in the extant Greek literature. Some MSS read, in form, instead of, what is pleasant, that is, those who are good repay either the same or proportional things. Book 8, Chapter 6, Friendship is Equality, and these things belong most of all to the friendship of those who are good. Chapter 6 Friendship arises less among those who are sour or old, inasmuch as they are surlier than others and delight less in their associations. for being without surliness and delighting in one's association seem especially to be marks of friendship and productive of friendship. Hence the young become friends swiftly, but the old do not, since people do not become friends with those in whom they do not delight, and neither, similarly, do those who are sour. But such people do have goodwill toward one another, for they wish for good things for one another and meet one another's needs. Yet they are still not quite friends, because they do not pass their days together or delight in one another, the very things that especially seem to be marks of friendship. It is also not possible to be a friend to many, at least not when it comes to complete friendship, just as it is not possible to be in love with many at the same time either, since such love is akin to an excess, and such a thing naturally arises in relation to one person. It is also not easy for many people to be very pleasing to the same person at the same time or, perhaps, for many to be good. Also, one must acquire experience of the other person and be in the habit of living together, which is altogether difficult. But when it comes to what is useful or pleasant, it is possible to be pleasing to many, since people of that sort are many and their services are rendered in a short time. Of these friendships, the one based on what is pleasant is more like friendship properly speaking, whenever the same things come from both parties and they delight in each other or in the same things. Such are the friendships of the young, since they have more of what is liberath in them. But friendship based on utility belongs to those who frequent the marketplace. And although the blessed have no need of useful people, they do of pleasant ones. They wish to live with certain people, and although they might bear what is painful for a short time, no one could endure distinguish a free man, eleutheros, above all, in the ethics, the freedom from any undue or slavish attachment to money, hence the virtue of liberality, eleutherios. Book 8, Chapter 6, 173. It continuously not even the good itself, should it be painful to him. Hence they seek out friends who are pleasant. Yet perhaps they ought to seek out the sorts of people who are good as well, and, further, good for them themselves. In this way all that ought to belong to friends will be theirs. But people in positions of authority appear to make use of friends who are divided into two groups. Some are useful to them and others pleasant, though the same people are not often both. For those in authority seek out neither those who are pleasant and have virtue, nor those who are useful with a view to noble things. Rather, they seek out the witty, when they aim at pleasure, and the clever to do their bidding, and these qualities do not frequently arise in the same person. It has been said that the serious person is at once pleasant and useful, yet such a person does not become a friend to someone who exceeds him in power, unless the person in power is also exceeded by the serious person in virtue. But if this does not occur, the serious person is not rendered equal to the person of greater power, since he is exceeded in the relevant proportion. Yet, those in positions of authority are not much accustomed to becoming these sorts of friends to the virtuous. The friendships that have been spoken of then involve equality. For the same things come from both people involved, and they wish for the same things for each other, or they exchange one thing for another, for example, pleasure in exchange for a benefit. That these latter are friendships to a lesser degree and endure less has also been stated. Yet on account of their likeness and unlikeness to the same thing, they seem both to be and not to be friendships. Given their likeness to the friendship that accords with virtue, they appear to be friendships, for they involve either pleasure or utility, and these belong also to the friendship that accords with virtue, but insofar as the friendship of the virtuous is secure against slander and is stable, whereas these friendships change quickly and differ in many other ways, they appear not to be friendships, given their unlikeness to this friendship. We follow Aspasius's generally accepted interpretation of this passage, but the Greek is obscure, and more recent commentators suggest the following: such a person does not become a friend to one who exceeds him in power, unless he is exceeded by the powerful, also in virtue. But failing that, the serious person is not equalized by being exceeded in proportion. Yet, those in positions of authority are not much accustomed to becoming such, i.e., virtuous. 11 SSB Chapter 7. A different form of friendship is that which is based on a superiority, for example, the friendship of a father for a son, and, in general, an older man for a younger, a husband for a wife, and every ruler for one who is ruled. These friendships differ from one another as well. The friendship of parents for their children is not the same as that of rulers for the ruled. Yet the friendship of a father for a son is not even the same as that of the son for the father, nor is that of a husband for a wife the same as that of a wife for a husband. For in each case there is a different virtue and work involved, and different too are the reasons why they love each other. Both the feelings of friendly affection and the friendships, then, are different. Each person, therefore, does not come to possess the same things from the other, nor ought each to seek the same things. But whenever children render to their parents what they owe to those who have begotten them, and parents, to their sons, 33 what they owe to their children, the friendship of such people will be stable and equitable. And in all friendships based on a superiority, the feelings of friendly affection too ought to be proportional. For example, the better person ought to be loved more than he loves, and so also with the more beneficial person, and similarly with each of the others. For whenever the friendly affection accords with merit, at that point equality somehow arises, which of course is held to belong to friendship. But what is equal in matters of justice does not appear to hold similarly in the case of friendship. For in matters of justice, what is equal is, first, what accords with merit, and, second, what accords with a certain quantity. In the case of friendship, however, what accords with a certain quantity is first, what accords with merit second. And this is clear whenever a great difference arises between the friends in point of virtue, vice, resources, or some other thing, for not only are the parties involved no longer friends, but they do not even deem themselves worthy to be. This is most apparent in the case of the gods, for they exceed human beings in all good things to the greatest degree. But it is clear too in the case of kings. For those who are much inferior to kings do not deem themselves worthy to be friends with them, and neither do those who are worthy of nothing, with the best or the wisest. Book 8, Chapter 8, 175. In these sorts of cases, then, there is no precise definition regarding the point up to which friends remain friends. For although many things may be taken away, the friendship still endures, but when someone is separated from the other to a great degree, as is the god, then the friendship no longer endures. This is also why the perplexity arises as to whether friends perhaps never wish for the greatest goods for their friends, for example, for them to be gods, since then they will no longer be friends to them, and neither will they therefore be goods, for friends are goods. So if it has been nobly said that a friend wishes for the good things for the friend for his friend's sake, the friend would need to remain as whatever sort he is. For the one friend will wish for the greatest goods for the other as a human being, and perhaps not all such goods, since each wishes for the good things for himself most of all. Chapter 8. But the many seem, on account of their love of honor, to wish to be loved more than to love. Hence the many are lovers of flattery. For the flatterer is a friend who is inferior, or at any rate he pretends to be inferior and to love more than he is loved. Moreover, being loved seems to be close to being honored, which is indeed what the many aim at. But they seem to choose honor not on its own account but only incidentally. For the many delight in being honored by those in positions of authority, on account of the hope thus fostered, for they suppose that they will obtain what they need from them. They delight in honor, therefore, as a sign of their faring well. But those who long for honor from people who are decent and who know them aim at confirming their own opinion of themselves. They delight in honor, therefore, since they trust that they are good as a result of the judgment of those who say so. But they delight in being loved in itself, hence being loved would seem to be better than being honored, and friendship would seem to be choice-worthy in itself, but friendship seems to consist more in loving than in being loved. And a sign of this is mothers who delight in loving their children. Some mothers give away their own children to be raised, and though they love them just because they know who they are, they do not seek to be loved in return if both are not possible. Rather, it seems to be enough for mothers if they see their child philotimia, the term translated as ambition, in 4x4 Book 8, Chapter 8 Dren doing well, and they love them even if their children, in ignorance of who their mothers are, may render to them nothing of what is proper to a mother. Since friendship consists more in loving than in being loved, and those who love their friends are praised, loving seems to be a virtue of friends. As a result, those in whom this arises in accord with merit are stable friends, as is their friendship. It is in this way especially that even those who are unequal might be friends, since they could be rendered equal by a difference in the love offered on each side. Equality and likeness constitute friendly affection, and especially the likeness of those who are like in point of virtue. Since they are stable in themselves, they remain the same also in relation to each other, and they neither need base things nor offer aid of this sort. Rather, they even obstruct it, so to speak, for it belongs to good people neither to err themselves nor to permit their friends to do so. Those who are corrupt are without steadiness, however, for they do not remain alike even to themselves, yet for a short time they do become friends, when they delight in each other's corruption. But those who are useful and pleasant remain friends for a longer time, for however long they provide pleasures or benefits to each other. It seems that friendship based on utility arises especially from opposites. For example, the friendship of a poor person with a wealthy one, that of an ignorant person with a knower, because the one aims at what he happens to need, he gives something else in return for it. Hence lovers in fact appear laughable sometimes, when they deem themselves worthy to be loved as they themselves love. Perhaps those who are similarly lovable ought to be deemed worthy of such reciprocal love, but if they are nothing of the sort, it is laughable. Yet perhaps one opposite does not aim at the other opposite in itself, except incidentally. Rather, the longing involved is for the middle term, since this is good. For example, what is good for the dry is not to become wet but to come to the middle condition, and similarly in the case of heat and the rest. Now, then, let us leave aside these considerations, for indeed they are rather foreign to our purpose. 5. Although Aristotle is speaking of the lover and the beloved in the erotic sense here, erastes and ermenos, the verbs he uses are the passive and active of philine. Book 8, Chapter 9, 177 Chapter 9. But it seems, as was said in the beginning, that both friendship and the just are concerned with the same matters and are present among the same persons. For in every community, something just seems to exist, and friendship as well. At any rate, people address their shipmates and fellow soldiers as friends, just as those in other communities do. And to the extent that people share in community, there is friendship, since to this extent there is also what is just. The proverb, "the things of friends are in common," is correct, since friendship resides in community. For brothers and comrades, all things are in common, whereas for others, only certain definite things are in common, to a greater or lesser degree. In the case of friendships as well, there is greater and lesser community. The just things too differ, since these are not the same for parents in relation to children and for brothers in relation to one another, or for comrades and for citizens, and similarly in the other friendships. The unjust things also differ in relation to each of them, and they increase the more they concern friends. For example, it is more terrible to steal money from a comrade than from a fellow citizen, not to aid a brother than not to aid a stranger, and to strike a father than to strike anyone else. It is naturopathy for what is just to increase together with friendship, on the grounds that justice and friendship are present among the same persons and are coextensive. But all communities are like parts of the political community, for people come together for a certain advantage, namely, to provide some of the things conducive to life. And the political community seems to come together from the outset, and to continue to exist, for the sake of what is advantageous. Lawgivers aim at this and claim that the advantage held in common is what is just. The other communities, then, aim at a partial advantage. For example, sailors aim at the advantage of making money from sailing or some such thing, soldiers at the advantage bound up with war, since they long for either money, victory, or a city, and similarly too in the case of members of the same tribe or district. But some communities seem to arise on account of pleasure, like communities of Bacchic revelers and members of a dinner club, for these exist for the sake of performing a sacrifice and of getting together with Book 8, Chapter 10 others. But all these seem to fall under the political community, for the political community aims not at the present advantage but at that pertaining to life as a whole, since those engaged in political life perform sacrifices and host gatherings concerning them, thereby distributing honors to the gods and providing a pleasant rest for themselves. For the ancient sacrifices and gatherings appear to take place after the harvest, for example, the first fruits, because people used to have leisure especially in these seasons. All communities, therefore, appear to be parts of the political community, and the sorts of friendships will correspond with the different sorts of communities. Chapter 10 There are three forms of regime and an equal number of deviations that are like corruptions of the former three. The regimes are kingship, aristocracy, and a third that is based on property assessments, timema, which it appears proper to speak of as timocracy, though most people are accustomed to calling it polity. 38 And the best of these is kingship, the worst, timocracy. The deviation from kingship is tyranny, for while both are monarchical, they differ the most because the tyrant looks to what is advantageous for himself and the king to what is advantageous for the ruled. A king is not someone lacking in self-sufficiency or superiority in any goods. He is, rather, the sort of person who is in need of nothing. He would look to what is beneficial, then, not for himself, but for the ruled. Were he not of this sort, he would be a kind of king appointed merely by lot. But tyranny is in this respect the opposite, for the tyrant pursues the good for himself, and it is quite manifest in this case that tyranny is the most inferior regime, since the opposite of the best is the worst. The change from kingship is to tyranny, for tyranny is the base form of a monarchy, and the corrupt king becomes a tyrant. From aristocracy the change is to oligarchy as a consequence of the vice of the rulers, who times the text appears to be corrupt. By what are brackets and some editors consider an interpolation the lines, but some communities. Getting together with others, since a version of this claim is restated a few lines later. The textual difficulty is tied to an interpretive question: is it the city as a whole, as opposed to a partial community, that attends to the gods and the proper sacrifices? Book 8, Chapter 11, 179 tribute what belongs to the city contrary to merit, that is, they distribute all or most of the goods to themselves and the political offices always to the same people, since they make being wealthy their greatest concern. A few corrupt people rule, therefore, instead of the most decent. From timocracy the change is to democracy, for they share a defining feature. Timocracy too wishes to be rule of the multitude, and all those who meet the property assessment are considered equal. Democracy is the least corrupt, for it deviates only slightly from the form of polity. The regimes change especially in this way, then, since in this way they change least and hence most easily. One could find likenesses and, as it were, models of the regimes in households too. For the community of a father in relation to his sons bears a resemblance to kingship, since the father cares for his children. And this is why Homer too addresses Zeus as father, 39, since kingship tends to be paternal rule. But among the Persians, the rule of the father is tyrannical, for he uses his sons as slaves. Tyrannical too is the rule of a master over slaves, since it is the advantage of the master that is achieved in it. This latter kind of rule, then, appears to be correct, the Persian in error, for over those who differ, the kinds of rule differ. The community of husband and wife appears to be aristocratic. The man rules in accord with merit regarding the things over which a man ought to rule, whereas all things suited to a woman, he hands over to her. The man who takes control of all things turns his rule into oligarchy, for he does this contrary to merit and not inasmuch as it is better. Sometimes women rule, when they are heiresses. Their rule, therefore, arises not in accord with virtue but on account of their wealth and power, as oligarchies. The community of brothers is like timocracy, since they are equals, except insofar as they differ in their ages, which is exactly why the friendship is no longer brotherly if there is a great difference in age. But democracy is found especially in households where there is no master, since in these households all are on an equal footing, and in those where the ruler is weak and each person has license to act as he likes. Chapter 11 Friendship appears in each of the regimes to the extent that what is just does as well. In a king in relation to those over whom he is king, friend times c, e.g., Homer, Iliad 1.503. 1161b Ship consists in superiority in granting benefactions, for he benefits those over whom he is king if in fact, being good, he cares for them so that they fare well, just as does a shepherd for his sheep. So it is that Homer too spoke of Agamemnon as the shepherd of the people. 40 But a paternal friendship is also of this sort, though it differs in the magnitude of its benefactions, for a father is the cause of one's very being, which is held to be the greatest thing, as well as of one's rearing and education. Ancestors too are credited with these things. For the rule of a father over his sons is by nature, as is that of ancestors over their descendants and that of a king over those whom he rules as king. These friendships involve superiority, hence parents are also honored. And what is just in these cases, therefore, is not the same for both, but it does accord with merit, since the friendship does as well. The friendship of a husband for a wife is the same as that in aristocracy, for it accords with virtue, and to the better person goes more of the good, and to each what is suited to each. So also in the case of what is just. The friendship of brothers is like that of comrades, for they are equals and similar in age, and such people for the most part have the same feelings and habits. Also resembling this friendship is the friendship pertaining to timocracy, for the citizens wish to be equals and equitable, to rule in turn, therefore, and on an equal basis. Such too, therefore, is the corresponding friendship. In the case of the deviations, in the same way as what is just exists there to a small degree, so too does friendship, and it exists least of all in the worst one. In tyranny, there is little or no friendship. For where there is nothing in common for ruler and ruled, there is no friendship either, since what is just does not even exist, as in the cases of an artisan in relation to his tool, the soul in relation to the body, and the master in relation to his slave. For all these are benefited by those who use them, but there is no friendship for inanimate things and nothing just pertaining to them. But neither is there friendship for a horse or an ox, nor for a slave insofar as he is a slave. There is nothing in common, since a slave is an animate tool, and a tool an inanimate slave. Insofar as he is a slave, then, there is no friendship in relation to him, but only insofar as he is a human being, since there seems to be something just for every human being in relation to everyone able to share in law and compact. There is friendship, then, Book 8, Chapter 12, insofar as the slave is a human being. So to a small degree, friendships and what is just exist even in tyrannies, but in democracies, they exist to a greater degree, since those who are equal have many things in common. Chapter 12. Every friendship, then, involves community, as has been said. But one might separate out both the friendship of kinfolk and that of comrades. For the friendships of fellow citizens, tribesmen, sailors, and all of that sort seem more like communities than friendships, since they appear to be based on a certain agreement among the parties, and with these sorts of friendships one might also assign the friendship connected with sea. Roregnas. But the friendship of kinfolk appears to have many forms, though every one of them appears to depend on the paternal sort. Parents feel affection for their children on the grounds that they are something of their own, whereas children feel affection for their parents on the grounds that they themselves are something that comes from them. But parents know what issues from them to a greater degree than their offspring know that they issue from their parents, and the begetter feels more united in kinship to its offspring than does the offspring to its maker, for what comes from the begetter itself is its own, for example, a tooth, a hair, or anything whatsoever in relation to its possessor, but the begetter is not at all the offspring's own, or is such only to a lesser degree. The length of time involved also makes a difference, for parents immediately feel affection for those who are born, whereas offspring feel affection for their parents after a period of time, once they acquire comprehension or perception. From these considerations too, it is clear why mothers are more loving than fathers. Parents, then, love children as they love themselves, for those who come from them are like other selves separately existing, whereas children love their parents on the grounds that they are born from them, and brothers love each other because they were born from the same parents. Their sameness in relation to these parents constitutes the sameness brothers share with each other, which is why people claim to be of the same blood, the same root, and such things. They are in some way the same thing, therefore, even though this same thing resides in separate persons. But it is a great matter, when it comes to friendship, for both to have been brought up together and to be of similar age, gladdens, like age, 43, and those who live together are comrades. Hence too the friendship of brothers is like that of comrades. First cousins and the other descendants are also bound by ties of kinship as a result of these things, since they come from the same persons. Some are closer in kinship, while others are more foreign by dint of being nearer to or farther from the family founder. The friendship of children for their parents, and that of human beings for gods, is a friendship with what is good and superior. For they have produced the greatest benefits, they are the causes of a child's being and his rearing, and of the education of those born. And this sort of friendship affords both what is pleasant and what is useful to a greater degree than does that between unrelated persons, inasmuch as their lives have more in common. There are qualities of the friendship of brothers that are found also in the friendship of comrades. These qualities are present even more among those brothers who are decent and generally alike, insofar as there is a closer kinship among them and they begin having affection for one another from birth, and insofar as they share more of the same habits, coming as they do from the same parents and having been reared and educated together. Also, their testing of one another over time is greatest and most certain. And what conduces to friendship is present in proportion also among the rest of those who are kin. The friendship between a husband and a wife seems to be in accord with nature. For a human being is by nature more a coupling being than a political one, inasmuch as a household is earlier and more necessary than a city, and the begetting of children is more common to animals. Among the other animals, then, community exists to that extent, but human beings live together not only for the sake of begetting children but also for the sake of the things that contribute to life, for the tasks involved are divided immediately, those of the husband being different from those of the wife. They assist each other, then, by putting their own things in the service of what is in common. For these reasons, both what is useful and what is pleasant seem to be found in this friendship, though there would be such a friendship also on account of their virtue, should they be decent. For there is a virtue belonging to each, and they would delight in a proverb that is quoted in its full form in the Eudaimonia Ethics, 1238a, and Rhetoric, 137 ib, as well as in Plato, Phaedrus 240 ci. 2. Book 8, Chapter 13. Person of a comparable sort. Children too seem to be a common bond, hence childless couples break up more readily, since children are good common to both parents, and what is common holds things together. How a husband must live in relation to his wife, and, in general, a friend in relation to a friend, appears no different a thing to inquire into than how it is just to do so, for the just does not appear to be the same thing for a friend in relation to a friend as it is in relation to a foreigner, a comrade, or a schoolmate. Chapter 13. Now, friendships are threefold, as was said in the beginning, and in each case, there are friendships consisting in an equality, others based on a superiority. For those who are similarly good become friends, or a good person befriends a worse one, and those who are pleasant and those who are useful become friends in like manner, whether they are equal in the benefits they confer or different. Those who are equal ought to love each other equally, in accord with the relevant equality, whereas those who are unequal ought to render to each what is proportional given the relevant superiorities. But accusations and blame arise in the friendship based on utility, either in it alone or in it especially, and with good reason. For those who are friends on account of their virtue are eager to benefit each other, for this belongs to virtue and to friendship, and since they compete with a view to this, there are no accusations or fights. No one is annoyed by someone who loves and benefits him, but if he is refined, he retaliates by doing some good to his friend. And since he who surpasses in doing good obtains what he aims at, he would not level an accusation against his friend, for each longs for the good. There are also not many accusations in the friendships based on pleasure either, since both parties come to possess simultaneously what they long for, if they delight in going through life together. In fact, he who would accuse the other of not pleasing him would appear laughable, since it is possible for him not to spend his days together with him. But friendship based on utility is prone to accusations. For those who use each other with a view to some benefit always want more and suppose they obtain less than what is proper. And so they blame the other because they do not obtain as much as they want and think they merit, and those who perform the benefactions are not able to supply as much as the recipients want. It seems that, just as there is a twofold distinction in what is just, what is unwritten, and what accords with law, so also in the friendship based on utility, there is the moral friendship and the legal one. Accusations arise, then, especially when people do not dissolve the friendship on the same basis on which they entered into it. And the legal type of this friendship depends on stated terms. One kind belongs wholly to marketplace transactions that happen immediately. Another is more liberal as regards the time to pay but depends on an agreement that one thing is exchanged for another. The debt is clear and undisputed in this latter case, but it bears the mark of friendship because of the deferral of the payment to the seller. For this very reason, There are no legal arbitrations of these agreements in some places, but people suppose instead that those who entered into agreements on trust ought to feel affection for each other. The moral type of this friendship, on the other hand, does not depend on stated terms. Instead, a gift, or whatever else, is given as to a friend, but the giver thinks he deserves to receive what is equal, or more than that, in return, on the grounds that he has not given anything but lent it. Yet if someone dissolves the friendship in a way different from that in which he entered into the agreement, the other friend will level an accusation. This happens because all or most people wish for noble things but choose the beneficial ones instead. It is a noble thing to perform a benefit without expecting it to be requited, but it is of course beneficial to receive a benefaction. He who is able, therefore, must give in return the worth of what he received, and do so voluntarily, for he must not make a friend of someone who is not voluntarily one. On the grounds that he erred completely in the beginning and was done a good deed by someone by whom he ought not to have been done one, for it was not done by a friend or by someone doing this for its own sake, he must therefore dissolve the relation, just as if he had received a benefaction on stated terms. And a person ought to agree to repay whatever he is able to, whereas if he should be unable to repay something, not even the giver would expect him to do so. As a result, he must repay it if he can, yet at the outset, he must consider the person from whom he receives a benefaction and on what terms, so that he may submit to these terms or not. There is also a dispute regarding whether one ought to measure the benefit to the recipient and make repayment with a view to this, or to measure the good deed of the person who performed it. For the recipients assert that they received from those giving the benefaction such things as were small to the givers and which it was possible to receive from others, thus depreciating what they received. Conversely, the givers assert that the recipients received their greatest things, that it was not possible to get them from others, and that they gave them amid dangers or comparable situations of need. Since the friendship is based on utility, then, is the relevant measure the benefit to the recipient? For the recipient is the one in need, and the other aids him on the grounds that he will get back what is equal to the aid. The amount of aid, then, is as much as the recipient has been benefited, and so he must repay as much as he has partaken of, or even more, since doing the latter is nobler. But in friendships that accord with virtue, there are no accusations, and the choice made by the person performing the benefaction is like a measure, for what is authoritative in matters of virtue and character resides in the choice involved. Chapter 14. But differences arise also in friendships based on a superiority, since each thinks he is worthy of having more, and when this happens, the friendship is dissolved. For he who is better supposes that it is proper that he have more, since it is proper to distribute more to a person who is good. Similar too is the case of the greater benefactor. For people assert that someone who is useless ought not to have what is equal, the relation becomes a matter of charitable service and not of friendship if what comes from the friendship will not accord with the worth of the friend's deeds. For people suppose that just as in a financial partnership, those who con Bywater and others suggest the following emendation: he must repay what he would have agreed to repay if he was able. 116 JB tribute more receive more, so it ought to be in friendship too. But he who is in need and is the inferior asserts the converse, that it belongs to a good friend to aid those in need, for, they assert, what advantage is there in being a friend of a serious or powerful person if there is no benefit to be enjoyed from the friendship? It seems, then, that each partner correctly deems himself worthy of something, that is, that one ought to distribute more to each of them from the friendship, but not more of the same thing. Rather, to the person who is superior, one ought to distribute honor, and to the one in need, gain. Honor is the reward of virtue and of benefaction, whereas aid is the gain appropriate to need. It appears to be this way also in the regimes. For he who provides nothing good to the community is not honored, since what is held in common is given to the person who benefits the community, and honor is held in common. For it is not possible to make money from the common affairs and at the same time to be honored by the community. No one puts up with having the lesser share in all things, and so people distribute honor to the person who, in performing a benefaction, suffers a monetary loss, and they give money to the person who accepts gifts. For what accords with merit equalizes and preserves friendship, as has been said. It is in this way too, therefore, that one must associate with those who are unequal, and someone who is benefited in money or virtue must give honor in return, thus giving back what he can. For friendship seeks what is possible, not what accords with the merit of the giver. In fact, it is not even possible in every case to do so, as in the honors directed toward the gods and parents, for no one could ever repay what they merit, though he who does service to them to the extent of his capacity is held to be decent. Hence too it would seem impossible for a son to renounce his father, but possible for a father to renounce his son. For the son must repay the debt, but nothing he may do is worthy of what was done for him, with the result that he is always in debt. But those who are owed have the capacity to discharge the debt, and certainly the father does. At the same time, perhaps, it seems that no father would ever cut off a son who was not of exceeding corruption. For even apart from their natural friendship, it is the Greek here and in the following line is to koinon, literally, the common, just gifts but bribes. Characteristically human not to reject aid. Yet for the son who is corrupt, aiding his father is something he avoids or does not eagerly pursue. For the many wish to be done a good turn, but they avoid doing one on the grounds that that is unprofitable. Let what concerns these matters, then, be spoken of to this extent. Book Chapter 1. In all heterogeneous friendships, what is proportional equalizes and preserves the friendship, as has been said, for example, in a political friendship, The shoemaker is given in exchange for his sandals what accords with their worth, just as is the weaver and the rest. Here, then, illegal currency has been brought in as a common measure, and so everything is referred to this and measured by it. But in erotic, love or friendship, the lover sometimes levels the accusation that although he loves beyond measure, he is not loved in return, though it may so happen that he possesses nothing lovable. The beloved, on the other hand, often levels the accusation that his lover is not now fulfilling anything of all that he had earlier promised. Such accusations arise when the lover loves the beloved for the pleasure involved, the beloved his lover for his usefulness to him, and when both parties do not have what each wants. For the friendship based on these concerns is dissolved when that for the sake of which they loved each other is not attained. The affection they felt was not for what each in himself was, but for the things each supplied, which are not stable, hence the friendships too are not stable. But the friendship based on character, being for its own sake, endures, as has been said. But people are at odds whenever they come to have something other than what they long for. For whenever somebody fails to obtain what he aims at, it is akin to his attaining nothing. For example, a person promises a kithera player that the better he should play, the more pay he would get, but at dawn, when the player demanded the fulfillment of what he had been promised, the other said that the player had been given pleasure in return for pleasure. If, then, this had been the wish of each party, it would have sufficed, but if the one person had wished for enjoyment and the other gain, and the former had received his wish whereas the latter had not, the terms of the partnership would not have been nobly carried out. For what a person happens to need, he is also intent on, and for the sake of the satisfaction of this need, at any rate, he will give what he does. But to which of the two parties does it belong to assess the worth of what is given? To the person who takes the initiative in giving, or to the one who is first in receiving? For he who takes the initiative in giving appears to entrust this assessment to the receiver, which is in fact what they assert Protagoras used to do. For when he would teach anything whatever, he used to bid the learner to estimate how much he held these things to be worth knowing, and that is the amount he used to take. Yet in such circumstances, some people are content with the fixed wage for a man. For but as for those who take money in advance and then do nothing of what they claimed, because their promises were excessive, they appropriately become subject to accusations because they do not fulfill what they agreed to. The sophists are compelled to do this, perhaps, because no one would pay money for what they know. Those who fail to do what they took a wage for, then, are appropriately subject to accusations. But in the circumstances in which there is no agreement about the service, it was said that those who take the initiative in giving, for their partner's sake, do not give cause for accusation. The friendship that accords with virtue is of this sort, and one must make the repayment accord with the choice involved in the giving, for this is the choice that is the mark of a friend and of virtue. So too in the case of those who share in philosophy. For the worth involved is not measured in monetary terms, and honor could not be evenly balanced with it. But perhaps whatever it is possible to repay would be sufficient, just as it is with letter wage that has been stated for a man who is a friend be fixed, and even with your brother, while laughing, set things down before a witness, for, mark you, trust and mistrust alike destroy men. Gods and parents. Yet when the giving is not of this sort, but is done on some condition, then perhaps especially in this case the repayment ought to be what accords with the worth of what is given in the opinion of both parties. But if this should not happen, it would seem not only necessary but also just that he who was the first to receive assess it. For if the giver receives as much as the recipient is benefited, or however much in return the recipient would have given in choosing the pleasure involved, the giver will have received what was merited from the recipient in question. In fact, this is what manifestly happens when it comes to goods bought and sold. In some places there are laws to the effect that voluntary transactions are not subject to legal adjudication, on the grounds that it is fitting, with someone one has trusted, to dissolve the transaction, or partnership, on the same terms on which one entered into it. The supposition is that it is more just that the person to whom something was entrusted assess its worth than that the one who entrusted it to him do so. For many things are not valued equally by those who possess them and by those who wish to receive them, since what is one's own and what one gives appears to everyone to be worth a great deal. Nevertheless, repayment is determined with a view to the amount that the recipients assess, though perhaps one ought not to value what something's worth appears to be when the recipient possesses it, but how much he valued it before possessing it. Chapter TWO. But there is perplexity too regarding such questions as whether one ought to render everything to one's father and obey him in everything, or whether, when a person is sick, he ought rather to trust a doctor, or again whether one ought to elect as general someone with military skill. Similarly, there is also perplexity as to whether one must serve a friend more than a serious man, and whether one must repay a favor to a benefactor rather than give away something to a comrade, if both are not possible. Is defining all such matters precisely, then, no easy thing? For there are many and various differences at issue, connected with whether what is involved is great or petty, noble or necessary. That someone ought not to give back everything to the same person is not unclear, nor is it unclear that, for the most part, he must repay good deeds more than gratify his comrades, just as a person must pay back a loan to someone he owes, more than he must give away something to a comrade. But perhaps not even this is always so. For example, must a Book 9, Chapter 2 son who has been ransomed from pirates pay in return the ransom of his ransomer, regardless of the sort of fellow he may be, or, if the ransomer has not been kidnapped, must he pay him back anyway if the fellow demands repayment? Or must he ransom his father first, even if he owes his ransomer money? For it would seem that a person should ransom his father even in preference to £1, just as has been said, then, a person must in general pay back a debt. But if an act of giving outstrips in its nobility or necessity the repayment of a debt, one must incline toward these noble or necessary acts. For sometimes the repaying of a previous service is not even equal, or fair, when someone benefits a person he knows to be serious, but the repayment is to one whom the serious person supposes to be corrupt. And in fact sometimes a person should not make a loan even to someone who has given him a loan, for the original lender, supposing that he would recover the money, made the loan to a decent person, whereas now the decent person has no hope of recovering it from his original lender, who is base. Accordingly, if the original lender is base in truth, then his claim to worthiness to receive a loan is not equal, or fair, or, if he is not of this character, but people suppose him to be, they would not think it strange to refuse him. So it has been frequently stated, then, that arguments concerning passions and actions possess the same definiteness as those things with which they deal. It is not unclear, then, that one should not give back the same things to all people or all things even to one's father, just as one does not offer all sacrifices even to Zeus. But since different things go to parents, brothers, comrades, and benefactors, one must distribute to each what is properly his and fitting. People appear to do this. In fact, they invite their relatives to weddings because the family line is something they share in common, as are the actions pertaining to their family. People also suppose that relatives ought to gather especially at funerals for the same reason. It would seem as well that one ought to provide sustenance especially to parents, on the grounds that we are in their debt and that it is nobler thus to provide for those who are the causes of our being than to provide for ourselves. Honor too we owe to parents, just as to the gods, though not every honor. For we do not owe the same honor to a father as to a mother, nor, in turn, do we owe them the honor proper to a wise man or general. Rather, we owe them the honor due a father and a mother respectively. To every old man is due the honor that accords with age, in rising and giving him a seat at the table and such things. To comrades, in turn, and to Book 9, Chapter 3 brothers is due frankness and the sharing of all things in common. And to relatives, fellow tribesmen, citizens, and all the rest, one must always try to distribute to them what is properly theirs and to compare what belongs to each, given their nearness in kinship and their virtue or usefulness. Now, such a comparison involving members of the same family is easier, whereas that involving people of different ones is more of a task. Nevertheless, one must not, on this account, give up the attempt but rather make the relevant distinctions, to the extent possible. Chapter 3 But there is perplexity also concerning whether or not to dissolve friendships with those who do not remain the same as they were. Since people are friends with a view to what is either useful or pleasant, is it nothing strange to dissolve the friendship when these no longer exist? For they used to be friends of these things. When they lose them, it is with good reason that they no longer love each other. But someone could level an accusation if another who was fond of him on account of utility or pleasure was pretending to be fond of him on account of his character. For as we said in the beginning, Most differences arise among friends when the sort of friends they suppose themselves to be is not the same as the sort of friends they actually are. When someone is deceived, then, and assumes that he is loved on account of his character, even though the other person does no such thing, he should blame himself. But when he is deceived by the other who is pretending, it is just to accuse the deceiver, and more so than to accuse those who are counterfeiting currency, insofar as the wrongdoing concerns a more honorable thing. But if someone accepts another person as good, and that other becomes corrupt or seems so, must he still love him? Or is it not possible, if indeed not everything is lovable but only the good? For what is base is neither lovable nor ought to be loved, since one must not be a lover of what is base or make oneself like a base person, and it has been said that, like is friend to like, must one, then, immediately dissolve the friendship. Or should one not do this in every case, but only in the case of those whose corruption is incurable? And as for those who can be set aright, one must come to their aid, more as regards their character than their property, insofar as doing the former is better and belongs more to friendship. Uja, one's substance, or, in other contexts, being. Book 9, Chapter 4, 193. But he who dissolves the friendship in such a circumstance would not be held to be doing anything strange, for he was not originally a friend to a person of this sort. When it is not possible to rehabilitate someone who has changed, he keeps his distance. But if one person in the friendship should remain the same, while the other becomes more decent and in fact greatly surpasses him in virtue, ought the latter to treat the former as a friend? Or is this impossible? And where the difference is great, this impossibility becomes especially clear, for example, in childhood friendships. For if the one person remains a child in his understanding, whereas the other should be a most excellent man in this very respect, how could they be friends if they neither are pleased by the same things nor delight in and are pained by the same things? For they will also not find these things in each other, but without such shared pleasures and pains, they would not be friends, since it would be impossible for them to live together. But what concerns these matters was spoken opound must one, then, behave no differently toward the fellow than if he had never been a friend. One ought rather to remember the life lived together with him, and just as we suppose that a person ought to gratify friends more than foreigners, so too he must, on account of their prior friendship, render something to those who were once friends, when its dissolution was not due to excessive corruption. Chapter 4. But the marks of friendship in relation to those around us, and by which friendships are defined, seem to have arisen from things pertaining to oneself. For people set down as a friend someone who wishes for and does things that are, or appear to be, good, for the other person's sake, or as someone who wishes for his friend, for the friend's own sake, to exist and to live. This is just what mothers feel toward their children, as do even those who have quarreled with their friends. Some also set down as a friend someone who goes through life together with another and who chooses the same things as he does, or who shares in sufferings and joys with his friend. This too happens especially in the case of mothers. It is by certain of these criteria that in fact people define friendship. But each of these criteria is present in the decent person in relation to Book 9, Chapter 4 himself, and in the rest insofar as they understand themselves to be decent. And it appears, just as has been said, that virtue and the serious person are the measure in each case. For this decent person is of like mind with himself and longs for the same things with his whole soul. Indeed, he both wishes for the good things for himself, that is, the things that appear such to him, and he does them, since it belongs to a good person to work at what is good, and he does them for his own sake, since he acts for the sake of the thinking part of himself, which is in fact what each person seems to be. He also wishes that he himself live and be preserved, and especially that part of himself with which he is prudent. For existence is a good to the serious person, and each wishes for the good things for himself, yet no one chooses to possess every good by becoming another, for even now, the God possesses the good but rather by being whatever sort he is. 9. And it would seem that it is the thinking part that each person is or is most of all. Such a person also wishes to go through life with himself, since he does so pleasantly. The memories of what he has done are delightful, his hopes for the future are good, and such things are pleasant. His thought is also well supplied with objects of contemplation. He shares pains as well as pleasures with himself above all, since what is painful as well as pleasant is always the same for him and not different at different times. Hence he is without regret, so to speak. And so, because each of these belongs to the decent person in relation to himself, and because he stands in relation to a friend as he does to himself, for the friend is another self, friendship too seems to be a certain one of these qualities, and friends, those to whom these belong. As to whether or not there is friendship in relation to oneself, let us set this question aside for the present, though it would seem that there is friendship in this way insofar as each person is two or more. We follow here several modern editors and commentators, who bracket a difficult phrase in the Greek that would give the following translation: no one chooses, by becoming another, that this one who has come into being possess every good, ever sort he is. 195 basis of the point stated, and that the peak of friendship is like friendship toward oneself. Yet the qualities spoken of appear to belong also to the many, even to those who are base. Insofar, then, as they are pleasing to themselves and assume themselves to be decent, do they share in these qualities? For these certainly do not belong to any who are thoroughly base or act impiously, nor do they even appear to. They scarcely belong even to base people, for they differ with themselves and desire some things but wish for others, as do those who lack self-restraint, for instead of what seems to be good to them, those lacking self-restraint choose harmful pleasures. Others, in turn, through cowardice and idleness, avoid doing what they otherwise suppose to be best for themselves. And those who have done many terrible things and who hate themselves on account of their corruption, even flee living and do away with themselves. Corrupt people seek to pass their days with others, but they flee themselves because, when by themselves, they are reminded of many odious things and anticipate still others. When they are with others, however, they forget. And since they possess nothing lovable, they feel in no way friendly toward themselves. Such people certainly do not share in either joys or sufferings with themselves, since their soul is torn by faction. One part, on account of its corruption, feels pain when abstaining from certain things, while another part feels pleasure. One part drags them here and the other drags them there, as if tearing them asunder. And if it is not possible for someone to feel pain and pleasure simultaneously, the base person can, after a little while at least, be pained because he felt pleasure, and he would wish that he had not gotten pleasure from those things. For base people teem with regret. The base person, therefore, does not appear to be disposed in a friendly way even toward himself, because he possesses nothing lovable. If, therefore, to be thus disposed is to be extremely miserable, a person must flee. Times the Greek term for the peak of friendship is hyperbole, which we elsewhere render as excess. In this context it can mean the extreme of friendship in its perfection or preeminence, the best and noblest friendship, LSJ. It is not clear what two or more refers to, and some commentators think that the sentence is an interpolation, in which case the phrase may refer to the souls having two or more parts. Other commentators, who reject the idea that the sentence is an interpolation, argue that the phrase refers to the conditions of friendship that have just been discussed. It may mean simply that any given person is two or more, particularly in light of what follows concerning those who are corrupt. Corruption with the utmost effort and attempt to be decent, since in this way he would both be disposed toward himself in a friendly way and become a friend to another. Chapter 5. Goodwill resembles something friendly, but it is surely not friendship. For goodwill arises even in relation to those whom one does not know and without their being aware of it, whereas friendship does not. These points too have been spoken of earlier. But goodwill is not even friendly affection, because it is without intensity or longing, things that accompany friendly affection. And friendly affection goes together with the habit of living together, whereas goodwill arises suddenly. For example, it even arises for competitors, since people come to have goodwill for competitors and share their intent, though they would do nothing to assist them. For, just as we said, people feel goodwill suddenly and so feel only superficial affection. Goodwill seems, therefore, to be the beginning of friendship, just as the pleasure stemming from sight is the beginning of erotic love. For no one falls in love who is not first pleased by someone's appearance, though a person who delights in another's looks does not for all that fall in love, except whenever he also yearns for the person who is absent and desires his presence. In this way, therefore, it is not possible for those without goodwill to become friends, but those who have goodwill do not for all that feel friendly affection. They merely wish for the good things for those they feel goodwill toward, but would do nothing actively to assist them, nor would they even be troubled over them. Hence, by way of a metaphor, someone might claim that goodwill is friendship that lies idle, but if that goodwill is prolonged over time and carries over into the habit of living together, it becomes friendship, though not a friendship based on what is useful or pleasant, for goodwill does not arise in these cases. For he who has received a benefaction renders goodwill in return for what he has received, thereby doing what is just. And he who wishes that another fare well because he hopes to be well taken care of by this person does not seem to have goodwill toward him but rather toward himself. Times the term for falls in love is aeron rather than philein. Aristotle also uses here the terms idea and eidos to designate outward appearance and looks, terms that also have a technical meaning in the philosophy of Plato, see e.g. 1. Book 9, Chapter 6, 197. Just as he is also not a friend if he attends to that other person because that person is of some utility to him. On the whole, goodwill arises on account of virtue and a certain decency, whenever someone appears to another as noble or courageous or some such thing, just as we said in the case of competitors as well. Chapter 6. Like-mindedness too appears to be a mark of friendship. Hence it is not merely likeness of opinion, since this could belong even to those who do not know one another. But people do not claim that those who are of like mind concerning just anything whatever are like-minded. For example, those who are of like mind concerning the things in the heavens, for it is not a mark of friendship to be like-minded about these. Rather, they claim that cities are like-minded whenever people are of the same judgment concerning what is advantageous, choose the same things, and do what has been resolved in common. It is about matters of action, therefore, that people agree, and in particular about what is of great import and admits of belonging to both parties or to all involved. For example, cities are like-minded whenever it is resolved by all to make the political offices elective, or to conclude an alliance with the Lacedaemonians, or to have Pittacus rule when he too was willing to do so. But when each person wishes that he himself rule, as do those in the Phoenician women, there is civil faction. For to be like-minded is not for each to have the same thing in mind, whatever it may be, but to have it in mind in the same way. For example, when both the demos and the decent have it in mind for the best persons to rule, since in this way what they aim at comes to pass for everyone. Like-mindedness, therefore, appears to be political friendship, just as it is also said to be, for it concerns advantageous things and those that which was the form in which Athenian laws were given. It is resolved by the people that times relate to life, or livelihood. But this sort of like-mindedness is present among the decent, since they are like-minded both with themselves and with one another, being on the same page, so to speak, for with these sorts of people the objects of their wishing remain constant and do not ebb and flow like a violent strait. They also wish for what is just and what is advantageous, and they aim at these also in common. But it is impossible for base people to be like-minded, except to a small degree, just as it is impossible for them to be friends. Their aim is to grasp for more of what is beneficial to them, but when it comes to performing labors and public services, they are deficient. While wishing for these beneficial things for himself, each of them scrutinizes his neighbor and obstructs him from pursuing his wishes. For when people do not keep watch over the commons, it is destroyed. It results, then, that they fall into civil faction, compelling one another by force and not wishing to do what is just themselves. Chapter 7. Those who perform a benefit seem to love those who receive this benefit more than those who are the recipients of the benefit love those who perform it, and this is investigated on the supposition that it occurs contrary to reason. So, to most people, it appears that one party owes a debt and the other is owed. Just as in the case of loans, then, where debtors wish that those whom they owe did not exist, whereas lenders even care for the preservation of their debtors, so also those who perform a benefit wish for the existence of those who receive it, on the grounds that they will, out of gratitude, do favors for them in turn, whereas the recipients are not anxious to repay the debt. Now, perhaps Epicharmus would assert that those who say these things take a base view, though it seems characteristically human. For most people are forgetful of favors done them, and aim more at being done some good than at doing it. The cause would seem to have more to do with nature and is not at all similar to the case of lenders. Lenders feel no friendly affection toward their debtors but only wish that they be a Greek comic poet from Megara, of the 6th and 5th centuries. The context of the saying is lost, and thus it is not entirely clear whether the base view is a result of external obstacles, such as being in a bad seat in the theatre, or the result of base character. Book 9, Chapter 7, 199 Served so they may recover the debt. Those who have done others some good, on the other hand, love and are fond of those who are the recipients of it, even if these recipients are not useful to them and might not be such later. This in fact happens with artisans, for every one of them is fond of his own work more than he would be loved by that work, should it come to have a soul, and this happens especially, perhaps, with poets, since they are exceedingly fond of their own poems and feel affection for them just as if they were their children. The case of those who perform a benefit is like this too, for what has received the benefit is their own work. Therefore, they are fond of this more than the work is of its maker. A cause of this is that to exist is for all people something choice-worthy and lovable, and we exist by means of activity, for this consists in living and acting. And in his activity, the maker of something somehow is the work. He therefore feels affection for the work because he feels affection also for his own existence. This is natural, for what he is in his capacity, or potential, the work reveals in his activity. But at the same time too, what pertains to the action involved is noble for the benefactor, so that he delights in the person who is its object. For the recipient, however, there is nothing noble in the person doing it, but, if anything, something advantageous, and this is less pleasant and lovable. What is pleasant is the activity of the present moment, the hope of what is to come, and the memory of what has been. most pleasant, and lovable too, is what pertains to the activity. For him who has produced it, then, the work endures, for what is noble is long-lasting, whereas for the recipient, its usefulness passes away. And the memory of noble things is pleasant, but that of useful ones is not at all or less so, though the reverse seems to be the case with anticipation. Friendly affection also resembles an active making, whereas being loved resembles a passive undergoing, and loving and the qualities of friendship attend those who excel in the action, rather than those who undergo it. And further, all feel more affection for what arises through painful labor, just as those who have themselves acquired their money feel more affection for it than do those who have inherited it, for example. Being done some good seems to be without toil, whereas doing someone some good is troublesome. For these reasons too, mothers love their children. Aristotle uses terms here for capacity, dynamis, and activity, energia, that have a technical meaning in his Metaphysics. Consider Metaphysics 1050a, and are often translated as potential or potentiality and actuality. Book 9, Chapter 8. Dren more than do fathers, for giving birth is of greater pain to them, and they know to a greater degree that their children are their own. And this would seem to be the case also with those who are benefactors. Chapter 8. But there is perplexity too as to whether one ought to love oneself most or someone else. For people censure those who are fondest of themselves, and on the grounds that these sorts of people are in disgrace, they stigmatize them as self-lovers. The base person is held to do everything for his own sake, and the more corrupt he is, the more he does this. People accuse him of doing nothing apart from what concerns his own good. The decent person, by contrast, acts on account of what is noble, and the better a person he is, the more he acts on account of what is noble and for the sake of a friend, while disregarding himself. Yet the deeds are discordant with these arguments, and not unreasonably. For people assert that one ought to love one's best friend most, and that one's best friend is someone who, when he wishes for good things for a person, does so for that person's sake, even if no one will know about it. But these are qualities present especially in the person in relation to himself, and indeed so are all the other things by which a friend is defined, for it was said that all that characterizes friendship stems from oneself and extends toward others. Moreover, all the proverbs are of the same judgment, such as, one soul, the things of friends are in common, friendship is equality, and the knee is closer to the shin. 22. For all these things would belong to the person in relation to himself most of all. He is most a friend to himself, and so one ought to love oneself most. Therefore, there is understandably perplexity as to which view it is right to follow, since both have credibility. Perhaps, then, one ought to take apart such arguments and determine the extent to which, or in what respect, each is true. If, therefore, we should grasp how each side is speaking of the self-lover, perhaps the matter would become clear. Now, then, those who bring self-love into reproach call self-lovers those people who allot to themselves the greater share of money, honors, and bodily pleasures, for the many long for these things and are serious about them on the grounds that they are what is best, hence too such things are fought over. Those who grasp for more of these things gratify their desires and, in general, their passions and the non-rational part of their soul. Such is the character of the many. Hence too this familiar term of reproach has arisen from the case that mostly prevails, which is indeed base. Those who are self-lovers in this way, therefore, are justly reproached. It is not unclear that the many are accustomed to saying that those who allot such things to themselves are self-lovers. For if someone should always take seriously that he himself do what is just, or moderate, or whatever else accords with the virtues, and, in general, if he should secure what is noble for himself, no one would say that he is a self-lover, or even blame him. But this sort of person would seem to be more of a self-lover. At any rate, he allots to himself the noblest things and the greatest goods, he gratifies the most authoritative part of himself, and in all things he obeys this part. Just as a city and every other whole composed of parts seem to be their most authoritative part above all, so too does a human being. A self-lover, therefore, is especially that person who is fond of and gratifies this authoritative part, and he is said to be either self-restrained or lacking in self-restraint depending on whether or not his intellect is in controversy on the grounds that this part is the person himself and those deeds that are accompanied by reason seem above all to be the ones done by people themselves, and done voluntarily. It is not unclear, then, that each person is this rational part, or is this above all, and that the decent person is fond of this especially. Hence he especially would be a self-lover, but in reference to a different form of it than the one subject to reproach. In fact, it differs as much from this latter form as living in accord with reason differs from living in accord with passion, as much as longing for what is noble differs from longing for what is held to be advantageous. Now, all approve of and praise those who are preeminently serious about noble actions. And if all compete with a view to what is noble and elsewhere translated as overpowers, the verb Aristotle here uses, kratein, is linked to self-restraint, enkrateia. Exert themselves to the utmost to do what is noblest, then in common there would be all the necessities and for each individually the greatest goods, if in fact virtue is of such a character. As a result, the good person ought to be a self-lover. He will both profit himself and benefit others by doing noble things, but the corrupt person ought not to be. He will harm both himself and his neighbors, since he follows his base passions. In the case of the corrupt person, then, what he ought to do and what he actually does are in discord, whereas the decent person does what he ought to do. Every intellect chooses what is best for itself, and the decent person obeys the rule of his intellect. It is true, in the case of the serious person, that he does many things for the sake of both his friends and his fatherland, and even dies for them if need be. He will give up money, honors, and, in general, the goods that are fought over, thereby securing for himself what is noble. He would choose to feel pleasure intensely for a short time over feeling it mildly for a long one, to live nobly for 1 year over living in a haphazard way for many years, and to do one great and noble action over many small ones. This is perhaps what happens to those who die for others. They thus choose some great noble thing for themselves. They would also give away money on the condition that their friends will receive more of it, for while his friend gains money, he gains what is noble. He assigns to himself, therefore, the greater good. And the same holds regarding honors and political offices. He will give up all these things to his friend, for doing so is noble for him and praiseworthy. Understandably, therefore, he is held to be serious, since instead of all the things mentioned, he chooses what is noble. But it is possible too that he forego, in favor of his friend, the performance of certain noble actions, and that it is nobler for him thus to become the cause of his friend's actions than to perform those actions himself. In all praiseworthy things, therefore, the serious man manifestly allots more of the noble to himself. In this way, then, one should be a self-lover, as has been said, but in the way that the many are, one must not be. Chapter 9. There is a dispute too regarding the happy person, namely, whether or not he will need friends. For people assert that those who are blessed and self-sufficient have no need of friends, since the good things are theirs already, and that, since the happy are self-sufficient, they have no need of anyone in addition, whereas a friend, since he is another self, provides only what someone is unable to provide on his own. Hence the saying, when a daimon gives well, what need of friends? 24. Yet it seems strange to allot all that is good to the happy person, but not to give him friends, which are held to be the greatest of the external goods. If it belongs more to a friend to do some good than to be done it, if it is also a mark of a good man and of virtue to be a benefactor, and if it is nobler to do good to friends than to strangers, then the serious person will need those who may be done some good. Hence too it is a matter for investigation whether one needs friends more in good fortunes than in bad, on the grounds that in bad fortunes a person needs those who will benefit him, in good fortunes those to whom he may do some good. It is perhaps strange also to make the blessed person solitary. No one would choose to have all good things by himself, since a human being is political and is disposed by nature to live with others. So this too belongs to the happy man, for he possesses the things good by nature, and it is clear that it is better to pass the days together with friends and decent people than with strangers and people at random. For the happy man, accordingly, there is need of friends. What, then, are the first set of people speaking of, and in what respect are they stating what is true? Or is it that the many suppose those who are useful to them to be their friends? The blessed person, then, will have no need of these sorts of friends, since the good things belong to him. Nor, indeed, will he have need of those who are friends on account of what is pleasant, or he will only to a small degree, since his life is inherently pleasant. He has no need of pleasure from without. Yet because he has no need of these sorts of friends, he is held not to need friends at all. But this is perhaps not true. For it was said in the beginning that happiness is a certain activity, and an activity is clearly something that comes into being and not something that belongs to us like a sort of possession. But if being happy consists in living and being active, if the activity of a good person is serious and pleasant in itself, as was said in the beginning, if what is his own also falls among the pleasant things, and if we are better able to contemplate those near us than us ourselves, and their actions better than our own, then the actions of serious men who are friends are pleased times Euripides, Orest 667. A daimon was, at least in Plato, a sort of divine being inhabiting the realm between human beings and gods. The Greek word for happiness, Eudaimonia, suggests the condition of having a good daimon on one's side. And to those who are good, for both have things pleasant by nature. So the blessed person will need these sorts of friends, if indeed he chooses to contemplate actions that are decent and his own, and such are the actions of a good man who is a friend. People also suppose that the happy person ought to live pleasantly. For a solitary person, then, life is hard, since it is not easy to be active continuously by oneself, whereas it is easier with others and in relation to others. The activity of the happy person, then, will be more continuous, since it is pleasant in itself, which it ought to be in the case of the blessed person. The serious person, insofar as he is serious, delights in actions that accord with virtue and is disgusted by those that stem from vice, just as the musical person is pleased by beautiful melodies and pained by bad ones. And a certain training in virtue would arise from living with those who are good, just as Theognis too asserts. But to those examining this in a manner more bound up with nature, the serious friend seems to be choice-worthy by nature to a serious man, for what is good by nature was said to be good and pleasant in itself to the serious person. They define living in the case of animals as a capacity for perception, and in the case of human beings as a capacity for perception or thought. But a capacity is traced back to its activity, and what is authoritative resides in the activity. So it seems that living is, in the authoritative sense, perceiving or thinking. And living is among the things in themselves good and pleasant, it is determinate, and the determinate is a part of the nature of the good. What is good by nature is also good for the decent person, on account of which it seems to all to be pleasant. But one ought not to take the case of a corrupt and ruined life, or a life lived in pain, for this sort of life is indeterminate, as are its attributes. In the remarks that follow, what concerns pains will be more apparent. But if living is itself good and pleasant as it seems to be also from the fact that all people, and especially the decent and blessed, long for it, since to such people life is most choice-worthy and their life is most blessed, and if he who sees perceives that he sees, he who hears that he hears, he who walks that he walks, and similarly in the other cases, then there is something that perceives that we are active. The result is that if we are perceiving something, we also perceive that we are perceiving, and if we are thinking, that we are thinking. And to perceive that we are perceiving or thinking is to perceive that we exist, for to exist is to perceive or to think. Moreover, perceiving that one lives belongs among the things pleasant in themselves, for life is by nature a good thing, and to perceive the good present in oneself is pleasant, and living is a choice-worthy thing, especially to those who are good, because existing is good for them and pleasant, for in simultaneously perceiving what is good in itself, they feel pleasure. And if as the serious man stands in relation to himself, so he stands also in relation to a friend, for a friend is a different self, then, just as one's own existence is choice-worthy to each, so also is the existence of a friend, or nearly so. Existing is, as we saw, a choice-worthy thing because of a person's perception that he is good, and this sort of perception is pleasant on its own account. Accordingly, one ought to share in the friend's perception that he exists, and this would come to pass by living together and sharing in a community of speeches and thought, for this is what living together would seem to mean in the case of human beings, and not as with cattle, merely feeding in the same place. So if, for a blessed person, existing is something choice-worthy in itself, since it is good by nature and pleasant, and nearly so too is the existence of a friend, then the friend would be among the choice-worthy things. But that which is choice-worthy for him ought to be his, or else in this respect he will be in need. Accordingly, he who will be happy will need serious friends. Chapter 10 must 1. Then, make as many friends as possible. Or just as it seems to have been said appropriately concerning hospitality, 8. Be a host neither to many guests nor to none, will it be fitting in the case of friendship 2, neither to be without a friend nor in turn to have excessively many friends. In the case of those who are friends with a view to their useful times, see Book 8, N. On Xenia. Ness, the point stated would seem very fitting indeed. For it is laborious to serve many in return, and in fact a lifetime is not sufficient for doing so. Having more friends than is sufficient for one's own life, accordingly, is superfluous and an impediment to living nobly. There is then no need of them. And with a view to pleasure too, a few friends are enough, just as with seasoning in food. But ought one to make friends with the greatest number of serious human beings, or is there some measure here too of the quantity conducive to friendship, just as there is in a city? For a city could not come into being from 10 human beings, yet when there are 10 times 10,000, it is no longer a city either. The quantity in question is perhaps not some single number but anything between certain limits. Accordingly, the number of friends too is limited and is perhaps the greatest number someone would be able to live together with, for living together seemed to be most conducive to friendship. That it is impossible to live together with many people and to distribute oneself among them is not unclear. Further, one's friends ought to be friends with one another, if all are going to spend their days with one another, but it is a task for this to happen among numerous people. It is also difficult for many to share intimately in both joys and sufferings, for it is likely to happen that one shares simultaneously the pleasure of one person and the grief of another. Perhaps, then, it is good not to seek to have as many friends as possible, but only as many as are sufficient with a view to living together, for it would seem that it is not even possible to have an intense friendship with many. Hence, in fact, it is also not possible to be passionately in love with 31 more than one person, since this love tends to be a certain extreme of friendship and is directed at one person. Intense friendship, accordingly, is only with a few people. This also seems to be what is actually done. Many do not become friends in the manner of close comrades, and friendships of that sort, celebrated in hymns, are spoken of in terms of pairs. But those who have many friends and who fall in with everyone as familiars seem to be friends with no one except as fellow citizens, and people in fact call these types obsequious. Now, as fellow citizens, it is possible to be a friend to many without being obsequious, but as a truly decent person. Yet it is not possible to be a friend to many if the friendship is based Book 9, Chapter 11, 207 on virtue and on what the people involved are in themselves, and it is desirable enough to find even a few people of this sort. Chapter 11. Does one need friends more in good fortune than in misfortune? For people seek them out in both cases. Those who are unfortunate need aid, and those who are fortunate need to live together with those whom they will benefit, for they wish to do some good. This is more necessary, of course, in misfortunes, and so, in these cases, a person needs those who are useful to him. But friendship is nobler in good fortunes, and so it is that people also seek out those who are decent. It is more choice-worthy to benefit the decent and to pass through life with them. For the mere presence of friends is pleasant in both good fortunes and misfortunes, the pain of those who are suffering being alleviated when their friends share it with them. Hence too someone might be perplexed as to whether people share in the friend's suffering as though taking up a load, or, rather, whether the presence of friends, which is pleasant, and the thought of their sharing in the suffering lessen the pain. But whether it is for these reasons, then, that those who suffer are relieved, or something else, let us leave aside, though the point mentioned does appear to happen. But the presence of friends seems to be some mixture of these considerations. For seeing friends is itself pleasant, especially for someone suffering misfortune, and is some aid in not feeling pain. Both the sight of a friend and his speech are apt to console one, if he is tactful, since he knows his friend's character and in what ways he is pleased and pained. Yet to perceive a friend's being pained by one's own misfortunes is itself a painful thing, for all avoid being a cause of pain to their friends. Hence those who are manly by nature are cautious of making friends share their grief, and unless such a person is excessively insensitive to pain, he does not tolerate becoming a source of pain to them. On the whole, he does not allow them to mourn with him, since he himself is not given to lament. The reading and translation of this phrase have occasioned much dispute among commentators. We adopt the suggestion of Stewart that Aristotle refers here to the potentially callous side of a manly nature, but other suggestions include those of Binet, even if he is not exceptionally resistant to pain, and Grant, unless there be a great balance of relief. Gautier and Joliffe accept an emendation, which would produce the translation, unless he does not exceed in misfortune. Book 9, Chapter 12. But women, and men of such a sort, delight in laments, and they love their friends as friends who share in their suffering. But it is clear that one ought to imitate the better person in everything. But the presence of friends in good fortunes involves both the pleasant conduct of one's life and the thought that they are pleased by the good things that are one's own. Hence it would seem that a person ought eagerly to invite friends to share his good fortunes, for it is a noble thing to be beneficent, but to hesitate to invite them to share his misfortunes, since one ought to share the bad things as little as possible. Hence the saying, that I suffer misfortune is enough, but a person must summon friends especially whenever they will be put to little trouble and yet will greatly benefit him. Conversely, it is perhaps fitting to go to a friend without having to be summoned, and indeed to go eagerly to those who are unfortunate. For it belongs to a friend to do some good, especially for those in need who do not expect it. For both parties, this is nobler and more pleasant. It is fitting also to cooperate eagerly in the friend's good fortunes, for even in these there is need of friends, but to be slow to request being done some good, since it is not noble to be eager to be benefited. Yet in refusing aid, one perhaps must beware of a reputation for unpleasantness, for sometimes this happens. The presence of friends, therefore, appears choice-worthy in all cases. Chapter 12. Just as, then, lovers are fondest of seeing the beloved, and choose this sense-perception more than the rest on the grounds that love exists and arises especially in reference to sight, so is it similarly the case for friends that living together is most choice-worthy. For friendship is a community, and as someone is disposed toward himself, so he is disposed also toward a friend. The perception a person has about himself, namely, that he exists, is choice-worthy, just as is the comparable perception about the friend as well. The activity of this perception arises in living together, and the friends understandably aim at this as a result. Whatever existing is for each, or whatever the goal is for the sake of which they choose living, it is while being engaged in this that they wish to conduct their lives with their friends. So it is that some drink together, others play at dice, still others exercise and hunt together or philosophize together, all and each passing their days together in whatever they are fondest of in life. For since they wish to live with their friends, they pursue and share in those things in which they suppose living together consists. Now, the friendship of base people is corrupt, they share in base things and, being unsteady, they come to be corrupt by becoming like one another. But the friendship of decent people is decent and is increased by their associating with one another. They also seem to become better by engaging in activity together and by correcting one another, for they take an imprint from one another of the qualities they find pleasing. Hence the saying, noble things from noble people. 35. Let what concerns friendship, then, be stated up to this point. Following next in order would be to go through what concerns pleasure. Book Chapter 1. Perhaps it follows next, after these matters, to go through what concerns pleasure. For pleasure especially seems to be closely bound up with the genus of human beings, hence people educate the young by steering them by means of pleasure and pain. And with a view to the virtue of character, the greatest consideration seems to be delighting in what one ought and hating what one ought, since these extend throughout life as a whole, having a weight and capacity that bear on virtue as well as the happy life. For people choose the pleasant things but avoid the painful. It would seem that what concerns such matters ought least of all to be passed by, especially since they admit of much dispute. For some say that pleasure is the good, others that pleasure is, to the contrary, an altogether base thing. Some of these latter perhaps because they have been persuaded that pleasure is such in fact, others because they suppose it to be better with a view to our life to declare that pleasure is among the base things, even if it is not. For the many, they suppose, tend toward it and are in fact enslaved to pleasure. Hence one ought to lead them toward its contrary, since in this way they might arrive at the middle. But this may not be nobly stated. For arguments concerning matters of passions and actions carry less conviction than do the relevant deeds. Whenever, then, such arguments are discordant with what is perceived, they are treated with contempt and undermine the truth. Should someone who blames pleasure ever be seen aiming at it, he is held to incline toward it, because he holds every pleasure to be good. For the drawing of precise distinctions does not belong to the many. It is the true arguments, then, that seem most useful, not only with a view to knowledge but also with a view to life. For since true arguments are in harmony with the 211 deeds, they carry conviction, hence they prompt those who understand them to live in accord with them. But enough about such things. Let us proceed to what has been said about pleasure. Chapter TWO. Now, Eudoxus thought that the good was pleasure, because he saw that all things aim at it, things both rational and non-rational, and that, in all cases, what is choice-worthy is what is fitting, and what is especially choice-worthy, most excellent. So the fact that all are born toward the same thing reveals, he thought, that this is what is best for all, for each discovers what is good for itself, just as it does also its nourishment, and what is good for all and what all things aim at is the good. His arguments carried conviction more because of the virtue of his character than on their own account, for he seemed to be moderate to a distinguished degree. Indeed, he seemed to say these things, not because he was a friend of pleasure, but rather because he thought that such was the case in truth. He also thought the matter no less apparent from the contrary consideration. Pain by itself is something that all avoid, as indeed its contrary is similarly choice-worthy. What is especially choice-worthy is that which we choose neither on account of nor for the sake of something else, and pleasure is agreed to be of this character. 4. On the grounds that pleasure is by itself choice-worthy, nobody asks for the sake of what someone feels pleasure. Moreover, adding pleasure to any good whatever, for example, to acting justly and being moderate, makes that good thing more choice-worthy, whereas the good is increased only by itself. This latter argument, at any rate, does seem to affirm that pleasure is among the good things, but not that it is so more than any other good. For every good thing, when accompanied by another good, is more choice-worthy than when taken on its own. Indeed, by this sort of argument, Plato too establishes, by way of refutation, that the good is not pleasure. The pleasant life is more choice-worthy with prudence than without it, and if the mixture of prudence and pleasure is superior to plea times. Eudoxus was a philosopher from Knidos, ca. 390 to 340, best known for his studies in geometry and astronomy. To Epeiques, elsewhere translated as decency, equity, or the equitable, sure alone, pleasure is not the good, for the good does not become more choice-worthy through the addition of anything to it. And it is clear that anything that does become more choice-worthy, when accompanied by one of the things good in themselves, would not be the good either. What thing, then, is of this sort, a thing in which we two may share? For it is some such thing that is being sought. Those who hold the opposed view, that a good is not what all things aim at, make no sense. For what is held by all to be the case is what we assert to be so, and one who denies this conviction will hardly speak in a manner apt to produce greater conviction. For if it is only beings devoid of intelligence that strive for pleasures, what they say would make some sense, but if intelligent ones do too, how would they make any sense? And perhaps even in the base animals, there is something naturally good that is superior to them and that aims at the good proper to them. As for what concerns the contrary of pleasure, it does not seem to be stated nobly either. For they deny that if pain is bad, pleasure is therefore good. One bad thing, they say, can be opposed to another bad thing, and both can be opposed to something that is neither good nor bad. In these respects they do not speak badly, and yet they do not grasp the truth, at least not in the cases mentioned. For if both pleasure and pain were bad, we ought also to avoid both. If both were neither good nor bad, we ought to avoid neither, or avoid each alike. But as things stand, people manifestly avoid pain, on the grounds that it is bad, and choose pleasure, on the grounds that it is good, and so in this way each is in fact opposed to the other. Chapter 3. And again, if pleasure is not a quality, it does not on this account fail to be among the good things. For virtuous activities are not qualities either, nor is happiness, and yet they are clearly good. People also say that the good is limited but pleasure unlimited, because it admits of degrees, the more and the less. Now, if they make this judgment as a result of their experience of feeling pleasure, the same will hold also for justice and the other virtues, with reference to which people plainly assert that some are of such and such a quality and act in accord with the virtues to a greater or lesser degree. there are those who are more just and courageous than others, and it is possible both to act justly and to be moderate to a greater or lesser degree. But if they make this judgment by recourse to the pleasures, they may fail to state the cause of this if some pleasures are unmixed, others mixed. And what prevents the case of pleasure from being like that of health, which, although it is limited, admits of degrees, the more and the less? For the proportion that constitutes health is not the same in all people, nor is some one proportion always present in the same person. Rather, even when it slackens, the proportion remains present up to a certain point and varies in degree, more and less. What concerns pleasure also admits of being of such a kind. In positing that the good is also complete, whereas motions and processes of coming into being are incomplete, they attempt to affirm that pleasure is a motion and a process of coming into being. But even their statement that pleasure is a motion does not seem a nobly own, for quickness and slowness seem to be properties of every motion, if not of motion in itself, for example, the motion of the cosmos, then relative to something or defined, definite, determinate, resthi, here and throughout this section. Section. Else. But neither quickness nor slowness belongs to pleasure. For it is possible to enter quickly into the state or feeling pleasure, just as it is possible to become angry quickly, but it is not possible to feel a given pleasure quickly, not even in relation to another person, as is the case with walking and growing and all things of that sort. It is possible, then, to undergo a change in one's pleasure either quickly or slowly, but it is not possible to undergo the activity pertaining to it quickly, I mean feeling the pleasure itself. And how would pleasure be a process of coming into being? For, it seems, not any chance thing comes into being out of any chance thing, but rather that out of which a thing comes into being is that into which it is dissolved, and pain should be the destruction of that thing whose coming into being is pleasure. They also say that pain is a deficiency in one's natural condition and that pleasure is a replenishment, or restoration, of it. But these are things experienced by the body. So if pleasure is a replenishment of our natural condition, then that in which the replenishment occurs would also feel the pleasure. This would therefore be the body. Yet this seems not to be the case. And neither is the replenishment pleasure, therefore, although someone would feel pleasure when the replenishment is taking place and would be pained when being cut. This opinion seems to have arisen from the pains and pleasures associated with nourishment, for as people become depleted and feel pain in anticipation, they feel pleasure at the replenishment. But this does not happen in the case of all pleasures. For the pleasures associated with learning are free of pain, and among the pleasures related to sense perception, those of smell are free of pain too, in addition to many sounds, sights, memories, and hopes. Of what, then, will these be the coming into being? For no depletion has arisen off which there could then be a replenishment. and against those who adduce the most disgraceful of the pleasures. 215. To prove that pleasure is not good, someone might say that these are not pleasures. For if they are pleasant to people in a bad condition, one should not suppose that they are in fact pleasant, except to such people, just as one should not suppose either that things that are healthful or sweet or bitter to sickly people, or again, things that appear white to those with diseased eyes are such in fact. Or someone might speak in this way: the pleasures are choice-worthy, but not when they arise from those things, at any rate just as being wealthy is choice-worthy, but not by betraying someone, and so is being healthy, but not by eating just anything whatever. Or, someone might say, the pleasures differ in form. For the pleasures arising from noble things are different from those arising from what is shameful, and it is not possible to feel the pleasure associated with what is just for someone who is not just, or to feel the pleasure of what is musical for someone unmusical, and similarly with the rest as well. Moreover, that the friend is different from the flatterer seems to make it apparent that pleasure is not good, or that it differs in form from what is good. For the friend seems to keep our company with a view to what is good, the flatterer with a view to pleasure, and as the latter is blamed, so people praise the former, on the grounds that each is keeping company with a view to different things. And nobody would choose to live out his life with the intelligence of a child, even if he should take pleasure to the greatest possible extent in things that children enjoy, nor would anyone choose to delight in doing something utterly shameful, even if he should never feel any pain thereby. We would also take seriously many things, even if they should bring us no pleasure, for example, seeing, remembering, knowing, possessing the virtues. And if pleasures necessarily follow from these, that makes no difference at all, we would choose them even if we were to receive no pleasure from them. That pleasure is not the good, then, and not every pleasure choice-worthy, seems to be clear, as is also that there are some pleasures choice-worthy in themselves that differ from others in form or in the things that give rise to them. Let this be an adequate statement, then, of what is said about pleasure and pain. Good, a reading supported by some MSS, that neither pleasure is a good, then, nor every pleasure. Chapter 4. But what or what sort of a thing pleasure is would become more manifest to those who take it up from the beginning. For the act of seeing seems to be complete at any given moment. Seeing is not deficient in anything that could subsequently come into being so as to complete its form. And pleasure too seems to be a thing of this sort, for it is something whole. No one could at a given moment experience a pleasure whose form will be completed, provided the pleasure lasts longer. Hence pleasure is not a motion either. For every motion occurs in time and is bound up with some end, for example, the building of a house, and is complete when it accomplishes what it is aiming at, either in the whole of the time in question or at that moment of completion. But all motions, considered in their parts and at any moment, are incomplete and differ in form from the whole and from one another. The putting together of the stones is different from the fluting of the pillar, and these are different from the construction of the temple. In fact, the construction of the temple is complete, for it lacks nothing with a view to the task proposed, but the construction of the foundation and of the triglyph are incomplete, for each is but a part. They differ, then, in form, and it is not possible to find a motion that is complete in its form at any given moment, but, if ever, only in the whole time involved. Similar is the case of walking and the rest of the motions. For if locomotion is motion from somewhere to somewhere, there are differences in point of form belonging to locomotion too, flying, walking, jumping, and things of that sort. And not only is this the case, but there are differences in point of form even in walking itself. The places one starts from and heads toward are not the same in the case of the whole race course and one of its parts, or in this or that part of it, nor is traversing this line here the same as traversing that one there. For not only does one cross over a line, but a line that is also in a given place, this line being in a different place from that one. What concerns motion has been spoken of precisely elsewhere, but it does seem that it is not complete at any given moment. Rather, there are many incomplete motions that also differ in form, if in fact the points from which and toward which one moves constitute the form of the motion. But of pleasure the form is complete at any given moment. It is dear, then, that pleasure and motion would be different from each other, pleasure being something that is both a whole and complete. This would seem to be the case also from the fact that it is not possible to be in motion except over time, whereas it is possible so to feel pleasure, for what resides in the right now, in the case of pleasure is something whole. And from these considerations, it is clear too that when people say that pleasure is motion or a process of coming into being, they do not speak nobly. For these motions or processes are not spoken of in the case of all things, but only in the case of things that are parts and not wholes. There is no coming into being of the act of seeing, of a mathematical point, or of a numerical unit, and of none of these is there any motion or coming into being. So neither is there in the case of pleasure, for it is something whole. Every sense perception is active in relation to the thing perceived, and it is active in a complete way when it is in a good condition with a view to the noblest of the things subject to sense perception, for such especially seems to be complete activity, and let it make no difference whether one says that the perception itself is active or that in which it resides is so. In each particular case, then, that activity is best that belongs to what is in the best condition with a view to the most excellent of the things falling under its purview, and this would be what is most complete and most pleasant. For in the case of every sense perception, and similarly also with thinking and contemplation, there exists a corresponding pleasure, but the most complete perception is most pleasant, and the most complete perception is the one belonging to what is in a good condition and directed toward what is most serious among the things in its purview. Pleasure also completes the relevant activity. But pleasure does not complete it in the same manner as do the thing perceived and sense per times see, e.g., Physics, Book 3 times Ception when they are of serious worth, just as health and the physician are not in similar ways the cause of one's being healthy either. But that pleasure arises in the case of each sense perception is clear, for we assert that things seen and things heard are pleasant. It is clear too that this is especially so whenever the perception is most excellent and is active in relation to something of the same sort. When both the thing perceived and that which perceives are of this most excellent sort, there will always be pleasure when, that is, something that will act as well as something that will be acted on are present. And pleasure completes the activity, not in the manner of a characteristic that is already inherent in it, but as a certain end that supervenes on it, as, for example, the bloom of the earth supervenes on those in the prime of life. For so long, then, as both the intelligible or perceptible thing and that which forms a judgment or contemplates are such as they ought to be, there will be pleasure in the activity. For when both that which is acted on and that which acts remain what they are and have the same relation to each other, the same thing naturally arises. How is it, then, that no one feels pleasure continuously? Or does one grow weary? For nothing characteristically human has the capacity to engage in continuous activity. Pleasure too, then, does not arise continuously, since it follows the activity. And some things, because they are novel, do give delight, but later on they do not do so as much, and for the same reason. For at first our thinking is roused and active to the utmost degree regarding them, as is the case with sight, when people stare at something, but subsequently the activity involved is not of such intensity but has instead become relaxed. Hence the pleasure involved too is dimmed. But someone might suppose that all strive for pleasure, because all also aim at being alive. Living is a certain activity, and each engages in an activity concerned with and by means of those things. He is especially fond of the musical person, for example, engages, by means of hearing, in an activity concerned with melodies. The lover of learning engages, by means of thinking, in an activity concerned with the objects of contemplation, and so on with each of the rest. Pleasure also completes the activities, as indeed it does in being alive, which people long for. It is reasonable, then, that they aim also at pleasure, since it completes for each what it is to be alive, which is a choice-worthy thing. As to whether we choose to live on account of the pleasure involved or choose the pleasure on account of our being alive, let that be dismissed at present. For these things appear to be yoked together and not to admit, 219 of separation. Without activity, pleasure does not arise, and pleasure completes every activity. Chapter 5. So it is that pleasures seem to differ in form from one another as well. For we suppose that things different in form are completed by different things, so it appears with natural things and those made by art, for example, animals, trees, a drawing, a statue, a house, and a utensil. In a similar way too, activities different in form are completed by things different in form. The activities bound up with thinking differ from those related to sense perceptions, and they themselves differ from one another in point of form. So too, then, do the pleasures that complete them. This would be apparent also from the fact that each pleasure is closely bound up with the activity that it completes, for the pleasure proper to the activity helps increase it. Those who engage in an activity with pleasure judge each particular better and are more precise about it. For example, those who delight in practicing geometry become skilled geometers and grasp each particular better, and in the same way, lovers of music, lovers of house building, and each of the rest advance their respective work because they delight in it. The pleasures help increase the activities, and things that help increase something are proper to it, but when things differ in form, what is proper to them also differs in form. This would be still more apparent from the fact that given activities are impeded by the pleasures arising from other activities. Those who love the aulus are incapable of paying attention to speeches if they overhear someone playing the aulus, because they take greater delight in the art of aulus playing than they do in the activity before them. The pleasure deriving from the art of aulus playing, then, spoils the activity concerned with speech. A similar thing happens also in other cases, whenever someone is simultaneously engaged in two activities. For the more pleasant activity dislodges the less pleasant one, and if it differs greatly in point of pleasure, it does this all the more, such that one ceases to be engaged in the other activity at all. Hence, when we take intense delight in anything whatever, we hardly do anything else, and when the satisfaction we receive from some things is mild, we turn to other things. For example, those who eat sweets in the theaters do so especially when the actors are poor. But since the pleasure proper to the activities adds precision to them and makes them longer lasting and better, whereas alien pleasures ruin them, it is clear that there is a great difference between the two kinds of pleasure. For the alien pleasures pretty much do what in fact the pains belonging to the activities do. The pains belonging to the activities spoil the activities. For example, if writing is unpleasant and indeed painful to someone, or doing calculations, then he does not write or do calculations because the activity is painful. As regards a given activity, then, the contrary thing results from the pleasures or pains proper to it, and those are proper to it that arise from the activity itself, whereas the alien pleasures, as has been said, accomplish something comparable to the relevant pain. They spoil the activity, albeit not in the same way. Moreover, since the activities differ in point of decency and baseness, and some are choice-worthy, others to be avoided, and still others are neither the one nor the other, the pleasures involved too are similar. For in the case of each activity, there is a pleasure proper to it. The pleasure proper to a serious activity, then, is decent, that to a base one, corrupt. For desires too are praised when they are for noble things, but when for shameful things, they are blamed. But the pleasures residing in the activities themselves are to a greater degree proper to them than other longings, from which the activities in question arise, for the longings involved are distinct from the activities both in time and by nature, whereas the pleasures are closely akin to the activities and are in fact so indistinct from them that there is a dispute whether the activity and the pleasure are one and the same. And yet it does not seem, at any rate, that pleasure is thinking or sense perception. That would be strange, but because they are not separate, they appear to some people to be the same. Just as there are different activities, then, so too are there different pleasures. Sight differs from touch in point of purity, and hearing and smell from taste. So the pleasures involved too differ in a similar way, the pleasures of thinking differing from those of the senses. In fact, each of these latter differs from one another as well. It seems too that there is a pleasure proper to each animal, as there is also a work, for the pleasure accords with the activity. This too would be apparent to someone who contemplates each case. The pleasures belonging to a horse, a dog, and a human being are each different, just as Heraclitus asserts that donkeys would choose rubbish over gold, for to don times the verb, diaphyrein, can also mean, is superior to. 20 Heraclitus of Ephesus was among the most prominent of the pre-Socratic philosophers, perhaps best known for his doctrine of the logos at work in the cosmos. The line here quoted or paraphrased appears as B in Diels Kranz, Die Fragmente der Vorsokratica. 221 Keys nourishment is more pleasant than gold. The pleasures, then, that belong to things differing in form, themselves differ in form, and it is reasonable that the pleasures belonging to the same things do not differ. But the pleasures do vary to no small degree in the case of human beings. At any rate, the same things cause delight to some and pain to others, and things painful to and hated by some are pleasant to and loved by others. This happens even in the case of sweets. The same things are not held to be sweet by the feverish person and by the healthy one, nor is the same thing held to be warm by a sickly person and by one in good condition, as happens similarly also in other cases. But in all such circumstances, what appears to a serious person seems to be the case in fact, and if this is nobly stated, as indeed it seems to be, and if virtue and the good human being, insofar as he is good, are the measure of each thing, then the pleasures that appear to him would be pleasures in fact, and the pleasant things would be those in which he delights. But if what is disagreeable to him appears pleasant to someone else, that is nothing to be wondered at. For there are many things that cause the ruin and maiming of human beings, and although these are not pleasant in fact, they are pleasant to such people when they are in such a condition. As for the pleasures agreed to be shameful, then, it is clear that one ought not to assert that they are pleasures, except to those who have been ruined. And as for those pleasures held to be decent, which ones, or ones of what sort, ought to be said to belong to a human being? Or is this clear on the basis of the activities? For it is these that the pleasures follow. Whether, then, the activities belonging to a complete and blessed man are one or more than one, the pleasures that complete these activities could be said to be, in an authoritative sense, the pleasures belonging to a human being, the remaining pleasures being such only in a secondary or much lesser sense, as are also the respective activities. Chapter 6. Since what pertains to the virtues has been stated, as well as what pertains to friendships and pleasures, it remains to go through in outline what concerns happiness, since we posit it as the end of human concerns. Now, for those who take up again the point stated previously, the argument would be briefer. We said, then, that happiness is not a characteristic, for in that case it could be present even to someone asleep throughout his life, living the life of plants, and to someone undergoing the greatest misfortunes. So if these consequences are not satisfactory, and one must instead posit happiness as residing in a certain activity, just as was said in what came before, and, if some activities are necessary and choice-worthy for the sake of other things, whereas other activities are choice-worthy in themselves, then it is clear that one must posit happiness as being among the activities that are choice-worthy in themselves and not for the sake of something else. For happiness is in need of nothing but is self-sufficient. And the activities choice-worthy in themselves are those from which nothing beyond the activity itself is sought. The actions that accord with virtue are held to be of this sort, for the doing of noble and serious things is held to be among the things choice-worthy for their own sake. But so too are the pleasures of play. For people do not choose these pleasures for the sake of other things. People are more harmed than benefited by them, when they neglect their bodies and property in pursuit of them. And the majority of those deemed to be happy seek refuge in such ways of conducting one's life. Thus those who have a certain charming dexterity in these ways are well regarded by tyrants, for they make themselves pleasant in the very things the tyrants are after, and such are the sort of people tyrants need. These pleasures, then, seem apt to produce happiness, because those in positions of authority devote their leisure to them. But perhaps people of that sort are not proof of anything. For neither virtue nor intellect, from which the serious activities arise, consists in the exercise of authority. And if they, who have not tasted pure and liberal pleasure, seek refuge in the bodily pleasures, one should not on this account suppose that such pleasures are the more choice-worthy ones. For children too suppose that what is honored among themselves is most excellent. So it is reasonable that, just as different things appear honorable to children and to men, so also do they to base human beings and to the decent. As has been said many times, then, what is honorable and pleased 21 literally, the many, hoi polloi, with its negative connotation. 223 And to the serious person is such in fact, for each person, the most choice-worthy activity is the one that accords with the characteristic proper to him, and for the serious person, of course, that activity is the one that accords with virtue. Happiness, therefore, does not consist in play. For it would be strange if our end were play, and if we exert ourselves and suffer bad things through the whole of life for the sake of playing. For we choose everything, so to speak, for the sake of something else except happiness, for it is an end. And it appears that to be serious and to labor for the sake of play is foolish and excessively childish. But to play so that one may be serious, as Anacharsis has it, seems to be correct. For play resembles relaxation, and because people are incapable of laboring continuously, they need relaxation. Relaxation, then, is not an end, it arises for the sake of activity. The happy life also seems to accord with virtue, and this is the life that seems to be accompanied by seriousness but not to consist in play. We also say that serious things are better than those that prompt laughter and are accompanied by play, and that the activity of the better part or better human being is always the more serious one. The activity of what is better, moreover, is superior and so more apt to produce happiness. And any chance person whatever, even a slave, might enjoy the bodily pleasures no less than the best person enjoys them, but nobody attributes to a slave a share in happiness if he does not attribute to him a share even in his own life. For happiness does not consist in such ways of conducting one's life, but rather in the activities that accord with virtue, just as was said previously as well. Chapter 7. If happiness is an activity in accord with virtue, it is reasonable that it would accord with the most excellent virtue, and this would be the virtue belonging to what is best. So whether this is the intellect or something else that seems naturally to rule, to command, and to possess intelligence concerning what is noble and divine, whether it itself is in fact divine or the most divine of the things in us, the activity of this, in accord with the virtue proper to it, would be complete happiness. And that this activity is contemplative has been said. This would also seem to be in agreement both with the points made before and with the truth. For this activity is the most excelling one, the intellect is the most excellent of the things in us, and the things with which the intellect is concerned are the most excellent of the things that can be known. Further, this activity is most continuous, for we are more able to contemplate continuously than we are to do anything else whatever. We also suppose that pleasure must be mixed into happiness, and the most pleasant of the activities in accord with virtue is agreed to be the one that pertains to wisdom. At any rate, philosophy seems to have pleasures that are wondrous in purity and stability, and it is reasonable that those who are knowers conduct their life with greater pleasure than do those who are seeking knowledge. The self-sufficiency spoken of would pertain especially to the contemplative life. For a wise person, a just person, and all the others are in need of the necessities of life. But when these necessities have been supplied sufficiently, the just person needs others toward whom and with whom he will act justly, and similarly with the moderate person, the courageous, and each of the rest. The wise person, by contrast, is capable of contemplating even when by himself, and the wiser he is, the more capable of doing so he will be. And though it is perhaps better to have those with whom he may work, nonetheless he is most self-sufficient. In addition, contemplation alone would seem to be cherished for its own sake, for nothing comes into being from it apart from the contemplating itself, but from matters bound up with action, we gain something, to a greater or lesser degree, apart from the action itself. Happiness, moreover, is held to reside in leisure, for we are occupied or are without leisure so that we may be at leisure, and we wage war so that we may be at peace. The activity of the virtues bound up with action, then, consists in matters of either politics or war, and the actions concerned with these seem to be without leisure. This is altogether the case with warlike actions. For nobody chooses to wage war, or even prepares school where one goes when free of the necessity of work. This phrase translates a single verb whose root, ascolia, is the contrary of skol, leisure. See the preceding note. For war, for the sake of waging war, a person would seem to be altogether bloodthirsty if he should make enemies of his friends so that battles and slaughter might arise. But the activity of the politician too is without leisure, quite apart from the politician's engaging as a fellow citizen in political life. His activity looks to gain positions of authority and political office, or at any rate to gain the happiness of the politician himself and of his fellow citizens, which is something other than the political activity, and which we clearly seek out on the grounds that this happiness is something other than that activity. So, if, among the virtuous actions, the political and warlike ones are preeminent in nobility and greatness, they are nonetheless without leisure and aim at some end, that is, they are not choice-worthy for their own sake, whereas the activity of the intellect, because it is contemplative, seems to be superior in seriousness, to aim at no end apart from itself, and to have a pleasure proper to it, and this pleasure helps increase the activity, such that what is self-sufficient, characterized by leisure, and not subject to weariness to the extent possible for a human being, and all else that falls to the lot of the blessed person, manifestly accord with this contemplative activity. If all this is so, then this activity would constitute the complete happiness of a human being. Provided, that is, that it goes together with a complete span of life, for there is nothing incomplete in what belongs to happiness. But a life of this sort would exceed what is human. For it is not insofar as he is a human being that a person will live in this way, but insofar as there is something divine present in him. And this divine thing is as far superior to the composite thing as its activity is superior to the activity that accords with the other virtue. So if the intellect is something divine in comparison to the human being, the life in accord with this intellect would also be divine in comparison to the human life. But one ought not, as some recommend, to think only about human things because one is a human being, nor only about mortal things because one is mortal, but rather to make oneself immortal, insofar as that is possible, and to do all that bears on living in accord with what is the most excellent of the things in oneself. For although that most excellent thing is small in bulk, in point of its capacity and the honor due it, it prevails by far over everything. And it would seem that each person even is this thing, if in fact it is what is authoritative and better in him. It would be strange, then, if a person should not choose the life that is his own but rather that of something else. What was said before fits well now too. For what is proper to each is by nature most excellent and most pleasant for each. And so for a human being, this is the life that accords with the intellect, if in fact this especially is a human being. This life, therefore, is also the happiest. Chapter 8. But the life that accords with the other virtue is happy in a secondary way. For the activities that accord with such virtue are characteristically human ones, it is in relation to one another that we do what is just, courageous, and whatever else accords with the virtues, by observing closely what is fitting for each person in contracts, necessary services, and all manner of actions, as well as in matters involving the passions, and all these concerns appear to be characteristically human. Some of them seem even to result from the body, and the virtue of one's character seems in many respects to be closely bound up with the passions. Prudence too is yoked to the virtue of one's character, and it to prudence, if in fact the principles of prudence are in accord with the moral virtues and what is correct in the moral virtues accords with prudence. These virtues, moreover, in being knit together with the passions, would be concerned with what is composite in us, and the virtues of this composite thing are characteristically human. Such too, then, would be both the life and the happiness that accord with these virtues. But the happiness belonging to the intellect is separate. Let this much be said about it. For to be very precise about it is a greater task than what has been proposed. Contemplative virtue would also seem to need little in the way of external equipment, or less than does moral virtue. Let the need of both for the necessities even be equal, though in fact the politician labors more over what concerns the body and other things of that sort. In this respect there might be only a small difference between them, but when it comes to the activities, moral and contemplative, there will be a great difference. For the liberal person will need money with a view to doing what is liberal. The just person too will need money, for making repayments. A person's wishes are manifest, and even the unjust pretend that they wish to act justly. The courageous person will need power, if in fact he will bring to completion anything that accords with his virtue, and the 227 moderate person will need license, to act immoderately. For how else will he, or any of the others, be manifest? It is also disputed whether the more authoritative thing in virtue is the choice or the actions involved, on the grounds that virtue is found in both things. Indeed, it is dear that the complete thing would be found in both. But with a view to actions, much is needed, and the greater and nobler the actions are, the more things would be needed. But for the person who contemplates, there is no need of any of these sorts of things, at least not with a view to the activity itself. Rather, such things are even impediments, as it were, when it comes to contemplation. But insofar as he is a human being and lives together with a number of others, he chooses to do what accords with virtue. He will need such things, then, with a view to living as a human being. But that complete happiness is a certain contemplative activity would appear also from this. We have supposed that the gods especially are blessed and happy, but what sort of actions ought we to assign to them? Just acts. Or will they appear laughable as they make contracts, return deposits, and do anything else of that sort? But what about courageous acts? 33. Do the gods endure frightening things and run risks, because doing so is noble? Or liberal acts? But to whom will they give? And it is strange if they too will have legal currency or something of that sort. And what would their moderate acts be? Or is the praise, "They do not have base desires," a crude one? All that pertains to actions would appear, to those who go through it, petty and unworthy of God's. Yet all people have supposed that the gods are alive, at least, and therefore active, for surely one does not suppose that they are asleep, like Endymion. So for one who is living, when his acting is taken away, and, still more, his making something, what remains except contemplation? As a result, the activity of the god, because it is superior in blessedness, would be contemplative. And so in the case of the human activities, the one that is most akin to this would be most characterized by happiness. A sign of this is also that the rest of the animals do not share in happiness, mere human being, as distinguished from a god or divine being, for example, because they are completely deprived of such an activity. For to the gods, life as a whole is blessed, but to human beings, it is blessed to the extent that something resembling such an activity is available. But none of the other animals are happy, since they in no way share in contemplation. Happiness, then, is also coextensive with contemplation, and the more contemplation is possible for some, the happier they are, not accidentally but in reference to the contemplation. For it is in itself honorable. As a result, happiness would be a certain contemplation. But for one who is a human being, external prosperity will also be needed. For human nature is not self-sufficient with a view to contemplating, but the body must be healthy as well, and nourishment and other such kinds of care must be available. Yet one ought not to suppose, at least, that he who will be happy will need many or great things, just because it is not possible to be blessed in the absence of external goods. For self-sufficiency does not consist in excess, and neither does action, it being possible even for someone who does not rule land and sea to do noble things. In fact, someone would be able to act in accord with virtue even from measured means. It is possible to see this plainly, since private persons seem to act decently no less than those in positions of power, rather, they seem to do so even more. And having this much available is sufficient, for the happy life will belong to someone who is active in accord with virtue. Solon too, in like fashion, nobly affirmed who the happy are, when he said that they are those with a measured amount of external equipment who have done the noblest things, as he supposed, and lived moderately. It is possible for those who possess a measured amount of equipment to do what they ought. It also seems that Anaxagoras too did not suppose the happy person to be rich or politically powerful, when he said that it would be nothing to wonder at if such a person, who is neither rich nor powerful, should appear strange to the many. For they judge by external things, because they perceive only these. So the opinions of the wise seem to be in agreement with the arguments adduced. Such considerations, then, foster a certain conviction, but the truth in matters of action is judged from deeds and from life, for it is in these that the authoritative criterion resides. One ought, then, to examine what has been stated previously by applying it to deeds and to life, and should end in the MSS. For Solon's sentiment, consider Herodotus 1. What has been said be in harmony with the deeds, one ought to accept it, but should it be discordant, one ought to take the remarks to be mere speeches. But the person who is active in accord with the intellect, who cares for this and is in the best condition regarding it, also seems to be dearest to the gods. For if there is a certain care for human things on the part of gods, as in fact there is held to be, it would also be reasonable for gods to delight in what is best and most akin to them. This would be the intellect, and to benefit in return those who cherish this above all and honor it, on the grounds that these latter are caring for what is dear to gods as well as acting correctly and nobly. And that all these things are available to the wise person especially is not unclear. He is dearest to the gods, therefore, and it is likely that this same person is also happiest. As a result, in this way too, the wise person would be especially happy. Chapter 9. If, then, what concerns these matters, as well as the virtues and, further, what concerns friendship and pleasure, have been sufficiently stated in outline, ought one to suppose that the task chosen has reached its end. Or, just as is said to be the case, is the end in matters of action not contemplating each thing in turn and understanding it, but rather doing them. And so is knowing about virtue not sufficient either, but is it necessary instead to try to possess the virtues and make use of them, unless we become good in some other way? Now, if speeches were sufficient by themselves to make people decent, they would justly fetch much pay and great, as Theognis has it, and one ought to pay it. But as things stand, speeches appear to have the capacity to exhort and to incite those youths who are free, and to make someone who has a well-born character and is truly a lover of what is noble receptive to virtue. Yet speeches are incapable of exhorting the many to nobility and goodness. For the many are not naturally obedient to the governor. The phrase, dearest to the gods, translates a single Greek word, theophilostatos, one that leaves it unclear whether there is one or more than one god in question. Dearest to the divine is another possible translation. Or, perhaps, in this way too, the wise person especially would be happy. 11. So a nance supplied by a sense of shame, but rather to that supplied by fear, and they do not naturally abstain from base things because of the shamefulness involved, but do so rather because of the vengeance that may be exacted. For since they live by passion, they pursue the pleasures that are theirs, together with what gives rise to those pleasures, and they avoid the opposing pains. As for what is noble and truly pleasant, they do not have even a conception of it, never having tasted it. So what speech might reform people of this sort? For it is not possible, or not easy, to alter by means of speech what has long been enforced by their characters. But perhaps it is a desirable enough thing if, when everything through which we are held to become decent is present, we might have some share in virtue. Some suppose that people become good by nature, others that we do so by habit, still others that it is through teaching. Now, as for what comes from nature, it is clear that it is not present due to us, rather, it is present through certain divine causes for those who are truly fortunate. And speech and teaching never prevail in all cases, but the soul of the student must be prepared beforehand by means of habits so as to feel delight and hatred in a noble way, just as must land that will nourish the seed. For someone who lives according to passion would not listen to a speech meant to deter him, nor in turn would he even comprehend it. And how is it possible to change a person of that sort by means of persuasion? In general, passion seems to yield not to speech but to force. So there must first be an underlying character that is somehow appropriate for virtue, one that feels affection for the noble and disgust at the shameful. To obtain from childhood a correct upbringing with a view to virtue is difficult for someone not reared under laws of the requisite sort. For living in a moderate and controlled way is not pleasant to the many, especially the young. Hence by means of laws, the rearing and the regular practices involved must have already been put into the proper order, for once these become habitual, they will not be painful. And, in like manner, it is not sufficient if people when they are young attain the correct rearing and care, rather, once they have reached adulthood, they must also make the word here is adius, reverence, or respect, rather than to acheron, the shameful, ugly, which appears in the next clause. Another reading, based on an ancient translation, is possible, enforced by their habits, ethicai rather than ethicai of the MSS. 231 A practice of these things and be thus habituated. And for these matters indeed, for life as a whole more generally we would need laws. For the many obey the governance of necessity more than of speech, logos, and of punishments more than of what is noble. Hence some suppose that legislators ought to encourage people in the direction of virtue and exhort them to act for the sake of what is noble, on the grounds that those who have been decently guided beforehand by means of habits will be obedient, whereas for those who are disobedient and too deficient in nature, they suppose the legislators ought to inflict on them various chastisements as well as acts of vengeance, the wholly incurable, they ought to banish. For, they suppose, someone who lives decently, with a view to what is noble, will be obedient to the governance of speech, logos, whereas someone who strives for pleasure in a base manner must be chastised by means of pain, like a beast of burden. Hence they also assert that there ought to be such pains as are especially opposed to the pleasures a person is fond opound if, then, as was said, the person who will be good must be reared and habituated in a noble manner, and subsequently live his life in this way, with decent regular practices, and do nothing base, whether involuntary or voluntary. Then these things will come to pass for those people who live in accord with a certain intellect and a correct ordering, provided such an ordering has strength behind it. Now, the command characteristic of a father does not have such strength or compulsion behind it, nor indeed does the command of one man in general, unless he is a king or something of that sort. But the law does have a compulsory power, it being speech, logos, that proceeds from a certain prudence and intellect. And though people hate those other human beings who oppose their impulses, even if the latter are correct to do so, the law is not invidious when it orders what is equitable. Only in the city of the Lacedaemonians, or it together with a few others, is the legislator held to have taken care for the rearing and the regular practices of the citizens. But in most cities, what concerns such things has been utterly neglected, and each lives as he wishes, laying down the sacred law for children and wife, in the manner of the Cyclops. The most excellent or decent or fitting to Epeics. That is, the Spartans. For Aristotle's harsh assessment of the Spartan rearing and education, consider Politics 2. See Homer, Odyssey 9.112-15, as well as Aristotle, Politics 1252b, 23. The root of the participle used here is the mis, not the usual nomos, and can suggest divine or sacred law. Thing, then, is for the public care to be correct. But when cities utterly neglect the public care, it would seem appropriate for each individual to contribute to the virtue of his own offspring and friends, or at least to make the choice to do so. Yet, on the basis of what has been said, it would seem that a person is more able to do this by becoming a skilled legislator. For it is dear that the public care comes into being through laws, and decent care through serious laws. But whether these laws are written or unwritten would seem to make no difference, nor whether, through them, one person or many will be educated, just as it does not matter either in the case of music or gymnastic and the other practices. For just as it is the laws and customs that hold sway in cities, so also it is the speeches and habits of the father that do so in households, and these latter to a greater degree, on account of the kinship and the benefactions involved, for from the outset household members feel affection for one another and are readily obedient by nature. Further, individual educations also differ from public ones, just as the case of medicine suggests. For rest and fasting are generally advantageous to someone with a fever, but perhaps are not to a given person. And the skilled boxer, in like manner, does not prescribe to all the same kind of fighting. So it might seem that what pertains to each person would be more precise when there is a private care involved, for in that case each attains what is suitable to a greater degree. But a doctor, gymnastic trainer, and anyone else would best exercise care in the individual case by knowing what applies to all and what applies to this or that sort of person, for the sciences are said to be, and are, concerned with what is common or universal. Of course, nothing prevents someone, even someone without scientific knowledge, from exercising a noble care for a certain individual, provided that he has, through experience, contemplated in a precise way the results for each, just as even some people seem to be their own best doctors but are unable to aid another at all. Yet it might seem to be no less necessary, at least for someone who, or common, koine, The MSS have at this point a phrase that would produce the translation, and capable of doing this, but most editors, following Bywater, delete it and move it to the place indicated in below. Wishes to become skilled in a given art or in contemplation, to proceed to the universal and become acquainted also with this to the extent possible. For it was said that it is with the universal that the sciences are concerned. And perhaps it is necessary also for someone who wishes to make others better through his care, whether these be many or few, to attempt to become a skilled legislator, if it should be through laws that we become good. For it does not belong to just any chance person to inculcate a noble disposition in whoever happens to be set before him. Rather, if this belongs to anyone, it would be to a knower, just as with medicine and whatever else has a certain care and prudence associated with it. Is it necessary, then, after this, to examine from what source, or how, someone might become a skilled legislator? Or is it, just as in other cases, from those who are skilled politicians? For this legislative skill seemed to be a part of the political art. 5 degrees, or does the same thing appear not to pertain in the case of the political art as in that of the other sciences and capacities? For in those others, it is manifestly the same people who both transmit the capacities in question and are engaged in the corresponding activities, for example, doctors and painters. But as for matters of politics, the sophists profess to teach them, but none of them undertake political actions. It is rather those who are engaged in political life who would seem to do this by dint of a certain capacity and experience rather than by means of thought. For they manifestly neither write nor speak about such things, though perhaps this would be nobler than making speeches for courtrooms and popular assemblies, nor in turn have they made their own sons or any of their friends into skilled politicians. But this would be a reasonable thing to do, if they were so able. For there is nothing better they could have bequeathed to the cities, nor is there anything they would have chosen to possess for themselves or indeed for those dearest to them other than a capacity of this kind. Yet experience does seem to make no small contribution, for otherwise people would not have become skilled politicians through living together with others in a political community. Hence those who aim at knowing about the political art seem to need experience in addition. But those sophists who profess to teach the political art appear to be very far indeed from doing so. For in general they do not even know what sort of a thing it is or with what sorts of things it is concerned. Otherwise they would not have posited it as being the same thing as rhetoric or even inferior to it, nor would they have supposed that legislating is an easy thing, by simply putting together a collection of the well-regarded laws. For, they suppose, it is easy to pick out the best laws, as if the selection were not a part of the comprehension involved and as if the correct judging of them were not the greatest thing, just as it is in music. For those with the relevant experience in each thing judge the works involved correctly, and they comprehend through what or how the works are brought to completion and what sorts of things are in harmony with what. For the inexperienced, It is desirable enough if it does not entirely escape their notice whether the work has been done well or badly, as in the art of painting. But laws are like works, or products, of the political art. How, then, would someone become a skilled legislator as a result of those collections of well-regarded laws or judge the best laws? For physicians too do not appear to come into being as a result of reading treatises, although such treatises attempt, at least, to state not only the treatments but also, by distinguishing the various characteristics of each patient, how physicians might cure each of them, and how they ought to treat them. These treatises do seem profitable to those with experience, but they are useless to those without the requisite knowledge. Perhaps, then, collections of both laws and regimes would be of good use to those who are capable of contemplating and judging what is noble, or its contrary, and what sorts of things accord with which circumstances. As for those without this characteristic who go through such collections, it would not fall to them to judge nobly, unless they should happen to do so accidentally, though they might perhaps thereby gain greater comprehension of these matters. Now, since those prior to us have left undiscovered what pertains to legislation, it is perhaps better for us to investigate it ourselves and indeed what concerns the regime in general, so that, to the extent of our capacity, the philosophy concerning human affairs might be completed. First, then, let us attempt to go over whatever partial point has been nobly stated by our predecessors, and then, on the basis of the regimes collected together, let us attempt to contemplate what sorts of things preserve and destroy cities, what sorts of things do so for each of the regimes, and through what causes some regimes are governed nobly, others in the contrary way. For once these matters have been contemplated, we might perhaps understand better also what sort of regime is best, and how each regime has been ordered, and by making use of what laws and customs. With this as our beginning, then, let us speak. Overview of the moral virtues and vices. The following is based on Aristotle's enumeration at 2, although the order in which he subsequently takes up the virtues and vices differs somewhat. Quotation marks indicate that the term in question is coined by Aristotle and is otherwise nameless. 3 times vice virtue, vice recklessness, asterisk courage, cowardice, pursuits, Andrea, Dahlia, licentiousness, moderation, insensibility, achalasia, saphrasun, anesthesia, prodigality, liberality, stinginess, associa, eleutheriotes, aneleutheria, magnificence, parsimony, megalopropia, micropropia, vanity, greatness of soul, smallness of soul, chaunotes, megalopsuchia, microsuchia. 7 times ambition, lack of ambition, philotimia, aphilotimia, irascibility, asterisk, gentleness, unirascibility. Orgelotes, praotes, aorgesia, recklessness is excessive confidence. There is no name for the vice of excessive fearlessness. Aristotle speaks of various manifestations of anger, including those who are choleric, acricolos, harsh, chalapos, and bitter, picros. Overview of the moral virtues and vices. Vice, alazania, virtue, vice, truthfulness, irony, aletheia, aironeia, wittiness and tact, boorishness and dourness, bomolochia and forticotes, eutropelia and epidexia, agroikia and sclerotes. 10. Obsequiousness or flattery *******, ariskia or colicheia. 2. Friendliness, philia, surliness and quarrelsomeness, dyscolia and duceristia, justice, dikaiosune, ******. Aristotle takes these up in book in a different order. Friendliness precedes truthfulness and wittiness. The Greek term philia is literally friendship, though the virtue described in book is not friendship in the full sense taken up in books and 9, but a kind of friendliness. Glossary. Only the names of those moral virtues and vices requiring some explanation are included here. For a comprehensive list, consult the overview of the moral virtues and vices. A. Action, praxis. Action issues from the part of the soul that desires and longs, the proper habituation of which part is the concern of the education to virtue. In the strict sense of the word, then, all action is moral. It involves deeds for which we may be praised or blamed. Aristotle denies that animals can act or engage in praxis. Activity, energia, a term that does not appear in the extant literature before Aristotle, at least not in its technical sense. It is constructed from in, or at, and ergon, work, or deed, and so means the state of being engaged in an act or the carrying out of a deed. See also work, ergon. Ambition, philotimia, literally, love of honor, art, techni, less, art, in the sense of fine art, than any craft or body of technical knowledge used to produce an artifact, shoes, tables, a building, and hence the art of shoemaking, of carpentry, and of architecture. In 4x4 Aristotle maintains that art, like prudence, pertains to the realm of things that admit of being otherwise, but differs from prudence in that it is bound up with making, poiesis, rather than with action, praxis. It therefore has an end other than its own activity. Aulos, a double reed wind instrument not unlike the modern oboe. B. Base, faulos, that which is paltry or of poor quality, especially of poor moral character. Generally the contrary of virtue or the virtuous. See also vice, karkia, wickedness, paneria, and corruption, moktheria. Glossary. Blessed, makaria, makarios. Although often very close in meaning to happy, the term may connote a lasting prosperity that outstrips happiness. Aristotle suggests that one could not say of a happy man who encountered the misfortunes of a Priam that he would be wretched, though he would not be blessed either. Noah. See capacity, dynamis or dynamis, also power. It refers to powers or capacities of various kinds, from powers of the body, such as sight and hearing, to political power, and, in a precise technical sense, it refers to the power, or potential, for activity, energia. See 9. Care, epimeleia, also, concern, for a thing. Aristotle suggests at one point that the gods may exercise a kind of providential care for human beings. Chance, touch. The notion of chance plays a crucial role in Aristotle's account of happiness, as does the idea of misfortunes, dustachai, or bad fortune, atakema. For Aristotle's extended account of it in relation to causation, see Physics 2-6. Character, ethos as a plural adjective used substantively, it figures in the title of the Ethics, other things pertaining to one's character. See also habit, ethos. Characteristic, hex is a central term and notoriously difficult to translate. It is related to the verb ishein, meaning to have, hold, or, with an adverb, to be, of a certain character or in a certain state. The noun hexis is of fundamental importance to Aristotle's account of virtue. Our hexes, or characteristics, are our ordered and stable states of soul that mark us as the kind of persons we are and permit us to act as we characteristically do. Our characteristics, in this sense, display our character, the habits of body and mind that have been formed through habituation and that constitute a certain way of holding oneself toward the world, so to speak. Other possible translations are condition, active condition, disposition, state, and habit, though no single English word can capture the full meaning of the Greek. CHO1CE. Proeresis. The noun's component part suggests the act of taking or selecting, hieresis, beforehand, i.e., before acting. Aristotle's account of choice is a crucial part of his complex argument concerning the voluntary and involuntary. See especially CT1 Zen, Polite's a member of the polis, with the full complement of duties and rights characteristic of political life. City, polis. The relatively small, politically independent unit typical of political life in ancient Greece. Although he knew of great empires, nations, and tribes, Aristotle our glossary views, in the Politics, that a certain sort of polis is the best possible form of community, given the naturally political character of human nature. Class, genos. The class, kind, or genus to which a thing belongs. Complete, teleos. That which marks a thing or state that has reached its natural end, telos. The word can also be translated as perfect, contemplation, theoria, theorein, meaning in the first place simply to look upon or observe. Our word theatre is derived from it. The term in Aristotle and Plato comes to mean contemplation, the act of looking upon something so as to understand it, an understanding that is sought as an end in itself and hence without regard to any subsequent doing or making. Corrupt, corruption, moktheros, moktheria, a strong term used to describe vicious human beings. Like the English term, the Greek has a range of meanings, from morally bad or wicked to perverse or depraved in one's longings and the like. It can also mean, in non-moral contexts, simply defective or bad condition. In the Ethics, moktheria is sometimes used synonymously with the word for vice, and so can serve as the contrary of virtue. See also vice, karkia, base, faulos, and wickedness, paneria. Courage, Andrea, related to the noun aina, meaning a male human being, a man in the emphatic sense. Andrea might also be translated as manliness, C3, 9. Cowardice, daily one of the two vices opposed to courage. It is marked by excessive fear and/or insufficient confidence. Custom, nomos, see also law, nomos. The term suggests most generally the way things ought to be according to the authoritative element of a community and expressed in law, written or unwritten. The key alternative is the way things must be according to nature, physis or physis. The crucial case in the ethics is the dispute over whether justice exists by nature or, merely, by custom or law. 5 times 7 times decent, UPSC, a general term referring to those who are upright or square dealing, also translated as equity or equitable in the discussion of justice, as that which makes up for the deficiency inherent in the necessarily general law. Decision, is related to the verb krinin, meaning to judge or determine. The moment of crisis is the one at which the crucial decision is made. Judgment is another possible translation, and the term can also apply to legal adjudications more narrowly. Deficiency, ellipsis, to elapon, also ndia, a term that forms a crucial part of Aristotle's famous doctrine of moral virtue, understood as a mean between two extremes, one marked by deficiency, the other by excess. Glossary defining boundary, horos, meaning originally a stone or other marker indicating a property line or border. The term by extension indicates that which defines or limits a thing. Defining boundary, or simply, definition. The word also appears in Aristotle's Logic and refers to the term of a proposition. See also speech. Deliberation, bulle, closely related to choice and, in Book 6, to calculation. Logismos, the calculative part of the soul is the part that deliberates. See 6. Like choice, deliberation is directed at things that admit of being otherwise and that are up to us, and it is concerned not with the end, telos, but with what conduces to the end. Aristotle discusses deliberation most fully in 3 times 3 and 6. Desire, epithumia, a species of orexis or the longing part of the soul and so the origin of action. See also longing. Divine, theos, an adjective derived from the Greek word for God, theos. Aristotle speaks rather mysteriously of a certain heroic and divine virtue at the beginning of Book 7 times EEND, telos, the goal or target of a thing, the attainment of which fulfills its nature. Hence the English term teleological. It is related to the adjective teleos, translated as complete or perfect, i.e., that which shares in the qualities of the end. Equity, epieikeia, that which rectifies the necessary generality of the law. See also the more general sense of decent. Excess, hyperbole, in relation to the mean, mesotes. Excess refers to one of the two ranges of extremes. See also deficiency, ellipsis, to elapon. Experience, imperia, the root of the English word empirical. Imperia suggests the acquaintance with or knowledge of something that stems from repeatedly dealing with it, perhaps without the knowledge of the principles involved. Consider, e.g., Plato, Laws 857c. It is sometimes closely allied with art or craft, for example, Aristotle, Politics 1282 F. Flattery, Colocaea. Aristotle introduces this vice, which corresponds to the virtue of truthfulness, in close company with obsequiousness, Ariskeia. Form, eidos, refers most simply to that which is seen, and, in particular, the form, or shape, of a thing. Aristotle first uses the term in connection with the Platonic doctrine of the forms, cr, but also more generally in the Ethics, he uses it to designate the kind of a thing or the class to which it belongs. See also idea. Friendliness, friendship, philia. Aristotle uses one and the same term to designate both the moral virtue of friendliness and friendship itself. The former is treated at 4, the latter in books 8 to 9. Glossary. G. God, Theos, the term used in ordinary parlance to speak of the Olympian gods, for example, but Aristotle will speak more generally or vaguely of the god, especially in his climactic discussion of intellectual virtue and happiness in Book 10. Good, agathos. When the term is accompanied by the definite article, it will usually be translated as the good, suggesting the goal of all human striving and hence synonymous with happiness. Aristotle famously argues that all human beings do everything for the sake of what seems or is held to be good. The superlative, to ariston, is often translated by some as the highest or chief good, but we prefer to translate the term as the best to capture also its relative sense. It is perhaps the best of the goods available to us, but not necessarily the best imaginable, as highest may suggest. Grasping for more, pleonectes, the specific corruption that distinguishes the vice of injustice. The one who is pleonectes, who is characterized by pleonexia, seeks to take more of the good, or less of the bad, than is his proper share. Greatness of soul, megalopsychia. An alternative translation is magnanimity, although we have preferred the more literal rendering, which captures better the greatness of the sum of the virtues constituting this first, complete virtue. See 4-3h. Habit. Ethos. Aristotle contends that habit is crucial in the formation of character, for it is by repeatedly doing courageous things or just things that we become courageous or just, and even suggests that the two are etymologically linked. See 2. Happiness, Eudaimonia, meaning literally the condition of having a good daimon. The term is in our judgment best rendered as happiness, given Aristotle's description and analysis of it in Book I. Held to be, dokin, also translated as seems, related to the noun translated as opinion, doxa. Aristotle's typical procedure in examining a controversial or puzzling point is to begin from what is held to be the case, i.e., from opinion. Honor, time. One who is ambitious is more literally a lover of honor, and the general term came reasonably enough to signify also political offices, on the one hand, and the price of something, on the other. Hubris, a transliteration of the Greek term that in general implies a grievous lack of respect for that which demands respect. the gods not least, and so a kind of wanton arrogance or outrageous behavior. It is generally rendered as hubris and related terms, though it appears, in the context of children who are so treated, as wantonly abused, at Iaibo. 310 I Glossary I Idea, a transliteration of the term made famous by Plato's Socrates in his Doctrine of the Ideas. Aristotle treats the Platonic ideas in R. Derived from the verb for, to see, the term idea means first or most simply the look of something, hence by extension the class to which all such things sharing the same look properly belong. See also form, eidos. Indignation, nemesis meaning most simply the distribution of what is due. The term has the sense of retribution or righteous anger aroused by injustice. Nemesis is personified by Hesiod as a goddess who embodies these traits. Aristotle mentions it at 2. Together with sense of shame, as being something other than a moral virtue. Induction, epagogia, technical term in Aristotle's account in Book of How We Come to Know or Learn. It means literally a bringing or leading of someone to something, or introducing him to it. Induction occurs when one is brought to see a given universal from prior recognition of a set of particulars. Consider also, e.g., posterior analytics 71a, 9. Injustice, adikia, the abstract noun closely related to the unjust, to adikon, or an act of injustice, to adikema, see also justice. Insbi lit y, anesthesia meaning literally a lack of sense, perception. The term as Aristotle uses it refers to the rare indifference to pleasure among human beings, a vice corresponding to the virtue of moderation. Intellect, nous according to Aristotle, nous is one of the three things in the soul that exercise authoritative control over action and truth, together with sense perception and longing. It supplies the intellectual grasp of what something is, as a member of a given class, and so also of the class characteristics as such. See 6-3 and context. The term can also refer to the act of the intellect, its intellectual grasp of something. Involuntary, Akan, Aristotle's complex and subtle account of what constitutes voluntary and involuntary action is found in 3-5. The translation unfortunately introduces the extraneous idea of the will through the root of the word voluntary, but this seems unavoidable in English. Irony, ironia, one of the vices corresponding to the virtue of truthfulness. Aristotle's sole example of one who practiced this graceful vice of concealing one's knowledge is Socrates. Justice, dikaiosune, the moral virtue of justice, treated at length in books. Times Aristotle also speaks frequently of the just, to dikaion, and a just act or deed, dikaima. Knowledge, gnosis, the noun is derived from the verb gignoskein, to perceive, learn, come to know, and refers to knowledge or knowing in the general sense. Of Glossary 311, which there are particular forms, see Book 6. In particular, we distinguish gnosis from the term episteme, science, or scientific knowledge, i.e., knowledge in the strict sense. Lack of self-restraint. Acrasia. Aristotle defines this defect, which is not strictly speaking a moral vice, as the inability to stick to one's knowledge or opinion of what is good when one is in the presence of certain strong pleasures. See selfrestint, enkrateia. Law, nomos. See custom, nomos. Learning, mathesis. Also, subject of learning, or subject liberality, eleutheriot, meaning in its broadest application the quality of soul characteristic of a free, as distinguished from an enslaved or slavish, human being. The term in the Ethics refers more narrowly to the freedom from undue attachment to money. The adjective eleutherios is also used to refer to the free man, meaning one who is both free in this broad sense and a citizen, polites, with all the pertinent rights and privileges of citizenship. Licentiousness, achalasia, meaning most literally a lack of chastisement and hence the likely results of such a lack. The term as Aristotle uses it comes to signify an undue attachment to bad or shameful pleasure. Longing, orex, is related to the verb origin, which means most literally to reach out for, or to stretch toward, and hence by extension, to strive for, to yearn for, to long for. Orexis is the general, technical term for the appetency of the soul, of which epithumia, desire, is one species, along with wish, boulesis, and spiritedness, thumos. See waspo as well as de anima for 14b and 433a. The interplay between longing and reason is crucial in the formulation of choice. See 6. The related verb origin will be translated as to long for, love. Aristotle uses 4 verbs in the Ethics to speak of love. Philein is the principal verb denoting the love philia friends feel for one another. Eron suggests erotic or passionate love, eros, and stergine and agapein are both used to suggest non-sexual affection. We translate the former as to feel affection for, the latter as to be fond of. Megalopropia, literally, befitting greatness. Aristotle uses the term to refer to the proper spending of money on a grand scale. Magnificence making, poiesis or production. In book Aristotle distinguishes it from action, praxis. The many, hoi polloi. Although the term can simply designate a numerical majority and is sometimes so translated, most people, it frequently designates the uneducated, many, the vulgar, as indeed the Greek phrase has come to be used also in English. Glossary. Matter of action, pragma, pl. Pragmata, that which is of active concern to us, matter of concern, concerns. Mean, mesotes, the key term in Aristotle's famous doctrine of the moral virtues as residing in the mean between 2 extremes, closely associated with middle or middle term. Middle, to meson, also translated as the middle term. See mean, mesotes. Moderation, saphrasun. Although the term in Plato is rather broad and suggests being knowledgeable or sensible, In Aristotle's Ethics, the primary meaning of the term is the proper disposition toward the bodily desires and pleasures. Money, kremata. The Greek can also mean simply goods or property. In 4, Aristotle defines kremata as all those things whose worth is measured in legal currency, nomisma, another term which could be translated as money, but which we generally translate as legal currency or currency, to emphasize its conventional character and to distinguish it from the broader term kremata. Moral, ethic or ethical, the adjective of ethos, character, which appears as a plural adjective in the title and means literally things pertaining to character. In 2, Aristotle offers an etymology that derives the term from ethos, the term for habit, since character, and therefore the ethical action that issues from it, arises from habituation and is grounded in a characteristic, hexis, that constitutes a settled habit. We translate the word as moral, in deference to tradition. In nature, physis or physis related to the verb meaning in the first place, to grow. The noun physis presupposes the notion that the existence of some things is due, not to human production or opinion, but an internal necessity that governs how they grow and their characteristic way or character. Aristotle will occasionally refer to arguments from physics or natural science in the Ethics, and he distinguishes the existence of what is just by nature from that which is due to law or custom. 5 times 7. Noble, kalos. The Greek term requires at least 3 English words to capture its sense: that which is physically beautiful, in the first place; that which is beautiful in a moral sense, i.e., noble; and that which is in a more general sense, fine. We have opted to use noble wherever possible, since to say that courageous acts, for example, are done for the sake of the beautiful, not only gives to the argument an oddly aesthetic character but also fails to capture the dimension of self-forgetting or self-sacrifice in courageous acts that, while not the whole of the virtuous act, contributes decisively to its being kalos, to its nobility. 0. Opinion, doxa. One's notion or judgment of something that does not, however, rise to the level of knowledge, hence the common rendering of the term opinion, which glossary is often equivalent to mere conjecture. As noted in the discussion of the related verb, dokin, Aristotle's typical procedure in examining a controversial or puzzling point is to begin from what is held to be the case, i.e., from opinion. Aristotle's starting points in the Ethics are therefore the prevailing opinions, especially, though not always, the opinions held by decent or serious human beings. See also held to be dokin. Opportune moment, kairos. The right or crucial moment, also translated as opportunity, pain. Algedon, Lupe. Aristotle's account of pain, and of course pleasure, is crucial not only to his analysis of the moral virtues and vices but also to his inquiry into the human good or happiness, for by the end of the Ethics we learn that hedonism is a doctrine worth taking seriously. Passions, that which one suffers or undergoes, including the passions in the English sense but also more generally whatever one experiences, sometimes translated as experiences. perception, aesthesis also, sense perception, pleasure, hedon together with pain, a crucial determinant of human action and hence crucial to Aristotle's account of moral virtue and vice. The noun supplies the root of the English term hedonism, that is, the philosophic doctrine according to which the good all human beings of necessity seek is some kind of pleasure. Political art, politique literally, the political, since Aristotle uses this adjective as a noun, as can easily be done in Greek, without always specifying the noun he has in mind, he avails himself of an important ambiguity. Sometimes he clearly has in mind political science, or the political art, but could he sometimes, e.g., 1094a, have in mind political power, whether or not it is guided by science or art? Politician, politicos, that is, one who possesses the art or knowledge characteristic of life in and governance of the city, the polis. Statesman is another possible translation. Unfortunately, both statesmen and politicians carry connotations in English that are mostly foreign to the Greek term, but consider 1142a and context. A statesman is always good, a politician almost always bad. Principle, arch. The simple meaning of arch is the beginning or starting point of something of a race course, for example, and we have sometimes so translated the term. But it also comes to mean more fundamentally the first principle of something, that which sets something in motion and therefore determines in part its character or course. It is derived from the verb archein, which means simply to begin, but also, especially in political contexts, to rule, prudent. Phronimos, a term central to Aristotle's political philosophy. The prudent human being possesses the intellectual virtue of prudence, phronesis, that permits him always to choose the correct action in a given circumstance and to perform it well, and glossary for the right reason. Prudence is inseparable, however, from moral virtue since, as Aristotle makes clear in Book 6, virtue makes the target correct, prudence the things conducive to that target. A regime, politia, the kind or character of the governing body in any political community that as such determines not only the arrangement of offices but also the end, the way of life of that community and its citizens. Aristotle will present an account of the various regimes in his discussion of friendship, which is elaborated on in the sequel to the Ethics, the Politics. Science, episteme or scientific knowledge, which is to say knowledge in the strict sense. It should go without saying that Aristotle's understanding of science has nothing to do with modern natural science, the modern scientific method, and so on. See especially 6.3, 6-7. Self-restraint, enkrateia literally, inner strength, or inner mastery, in the Ethics, enkrateia takes on a significance and precision that it does not have in other extant Greek literature. Most simply, it is the capacity, separate from the moral virtues, to withstand the attractive pull of especially those bodily pleasures that admit of excess and that one regards as bad. Aristotle's consideration of this capacity and its contrary, akrasia, takes up 7io point in the book that he calls a new beginning. There is no simply adequate English equivalent. Some have rendered it continence or self-control, although there is no clear notion of the self in the Greek term. We prefer self-restraint, inasmuch as it captures the inner struggle involved in enkroteia and avoids the unfortunate connotations of continence, and especially incontinence, in current usage. Self-sufficiency, autarkeia, one of the key terms in understanding what we mean by the term happiness, for, according to Aristotle, we all seek to possess for ourselves a good that is, among other things, self-sufficient, and so renders us or our lives in need of nothing serious. Spoudeos. This term in the ethics most often carries a sense of moral gravity or excellence when it is used in relation to a human being. But Aristotle will use the word also in relation to the virtue of other things. For example, the virtue of an eye makes both the eye and its work serious, or one can be a serious Kithera player only if one possesses the excellence or virtue that pertains to Kithera playing. Hence the Spoudeos, the serious person as such, is the possessor and model of moral virtue. Shame, shameful, or ugly, askros, and sense of shame, eidos, the ugly, or the shameful, is the opposite of tekalon, the beautiful, or the noble, and the same word, askros, can refer to the shame or disgrace that is felt as a result of a shame. Glossary. Full deed. Sense of shame, eidos, can refer to the same passion but also to awe, or reverence, due the gods and the divine things, for example. Aristotle argues that although a sense of shame is admirable in a young person who will as such err, in a mature person it is not a virtue, for the simple reason that someone with a good nature who has been properly reared will never commit those acts that arouse in their agent a sense of shame. Smallness of soul. Micropsyche are one of the vices associated with the virtue of greatness of soul, which we translate literally. It can also be translated as pettiness, or perhaps small-mindedness, soul, psyche, the seat of life in any living being. In the Ethics, Aristotle is mostly concerned to distinguish the two parts of the soul with and without reason respectively. He seeks only an outline, Z.13, of the soul that is useful for the inquiry at hand, although he clearly indicates that a more precise account of the soul is possible, and his De Anima, on the soul, takes up the question at length. Speech, logos. This complex term does not allow for a single English translation. Indicating most simply speech or the content of one's speech, the term comes to mean by extension an account, something, and ultimately or in the best case a reasoned argument, hence the English term logical. We render it as speech, account, reasoned account, reason, argument, definition, and, in books, ratio, depending on the context. Spirit, spiritedness, thumos, the seat of anger and of natural courage. It is also target, scopos, that at which correct reason aims and so hits on the mean between two opposed vices. The term appears most frequently in Aristotle's account of prudence in book U. Unirascibility, Aorgesia, a term coined by Aristotle to indicate a vice associated with insufficient anger when anger is due. Universal, kathalos, sometimes also translated as general, useful, crescemon, Croesus. The term appears frequently in Aristotle's discussion of those friendships that are limited to the usefulness of the parties involved. Glossary v. Vice, karkia, literally, badness, the root of the word being the contrary of good, agathos. Virtue, the excellence of a specific type of thing, animate or inanimate, that marks the peak of that thing and permits it to perform its characteristic work or task well. Voluntary, hikon, see also involuntary, akon. Aristotle's principal discussion of the voluntary and involuntary is found at 3-1, s times w, wicked, wickedness, paneros, paneria. Although the term may mean simply a bad state or defective condition of a thing or person, consider 7.I end. In the ethics it almost always amounts to a harsh moral condemnation. See also corrupt, moktheros, vice, karkia, base, phaulos. Wisdom, Sophia, that which the philosopher, the lover of wisdom, most seeks. For Aristotle's account of it in the Ethics, see especially 6. Wise, Sophos, the wise human being possesses knowledge or science of the highest objects of human understanding, including and especially those beings that exist of necessity or do not admit of being otherwise and are therefore, as Aristotle argues, 6, eternal. Wish, bouleis, is a crucial element in Aristotle's account of what might be called moral responsibility, 3-5, especially 4, in which he establishes that wish is directed at the end, telos, whereas choice and deliberation are directed at the things conducive to the end. The related verb, boulesthai, is translated as to wish for. Work, ergon, variously translated here as work, task, product, in contrast to speeches, logoi, deeds, worth, axia, also translated as worthy, and merit. The term can mean both worthiness and fitness, as well as that which is rightly deserved. It is related to the verb action, to deem oneself worthy. The one who possesses greatness of soul, for example, deems himself worthy and is worthy of great honor.